on the bridge.
Hey look, I can push buttons too.
Oh shit! Buttons! I love buttons. That's Bacon Adventure. Thank you for 23. And a tier 3 as well. Please, Nora. Look, I'm not saying... Okay, Lizzie, I'm not hating on ghosts. There's no official sanctified ghost hate. Well, they keep coming back, and they keep building shit. It creeps me out. Like, what are they building? What do ghosts need to build things for? I was also presented with the idea, the question of can you bake both an animated skeleton and a wraith out of one corpse? Think about that all morning. How are you all? Catastros, Wolfcrat, JP, what, oh friends? How are you all doing? Coming in! Mega Boss, good morning to you.
Sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
And Kybel, good morning.
Oh,
hello. I mean,
Mark.
good evening.
Good.
My kid. Kybel, thank you for 30 months. Like on top of everything else. Oh wow, that's just gonna go hard, isn't it? Alright, I love that track. It is an absolute banger, but it's too early. Wolfie, good morning. What's up, friend? Alice, Navalis, hello. And Dari Quill, hello. Come on in, friends, come on in. How are you doing, you lovely mother hubbards? Excuse me while I'm slugging down coffee. Lost Flowers, hello. Good morning. What a thing. How feckin' goes it? Oh. God, I feel like I haven't stopped moving since I've seen you all. Yeah. Sorry, I was like, so what have I done since last I've seen you? Well, I went to the sober thing on Saturday night. Which was kind of like immediately after turning things off here, I just threw my jacket on, just ran out the door. Wolfgrad's got their Prime G3 gun for paint. Nice. I need to start. Problem is, I've had like a super late game idea, and so I'm having that creative challenge of, do I rework my initial plan to the new idea, or do I stick with a plan that's not as good? But I need to finish construction on that tonight, and then prime and paint it in the next couple of days. The good thing is that the paint has to dry, so I'll have some time to hit neon white when it drops on Thursday. Oh, really cool. Sorry, Mega Boss is getting very close to extra special arms cosmetics in Warframe. That's not what I said! No loud noises! Do not tap the glass! MDH, thank you for gifting us. Gonna give it to anyone else. Fine, you do you. This is how this is going down. Tap it not, Albus. Tap not the glass. Do not shake at the cage. And Mega Boss, like, when you get that inspiration to start painting, you gotta leap on it. I've actually got a little bit more room in here. Things are slowly coming together. So that means I'll be busting out paints for my G3 contest entry. Like, naming no names, I have seen the first entry is coming in for our Gundam contest this weekend, and it's fucking brilliant. Like, even if it only ends up being like 1 or 2 entries, we do have some special guest judges to decide the outcome. I'm just happy we all came together and did like a cool build thing, you know? Oh, and Wolfcrad, thank you for the bits. Thank you for tapping the glass. And Fearless, good morning. Watto friends. Hello, hello. Yeah, so Saturday night, went over to the sober meet in the far-flung reaches of the greater Seattle region. It was, it was a game store that had food and booze, so a dangerous prospect, but not an unwanted one. They did have some Gundam kits. I managed to get in and out without buying any, which I'm very proud of myself for. Megaboss, don't feed the Viking before midnight. I mean, if I remember to feed myself, is usually the challenge. Kaimball, I was going to say, people, so don't worry too much about naming your mechs and things like that, because we can kind of riff on the idea at the time. Like I said, I will not be judging, okay? I've got 2 judges lined up for the weekend. I just need... So I have a Gundam judge, and I have a games industry judge, and I just need, like, a third person to create, like, a little adjudication, if you will. But I'm looking forward to it. So I considered like asking people to come up with like names for their units and power moves and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? I don't want people to get stressed about trying to do like a creative writing challenge on top of all of those. Oh, the G3 per bowl. Oh man, talk about memes on memes. Oh, and Megaboss, that sounds feckin' cool. Sorry, Blue Abomination, Watto and welcome, hello. Well, Phyllis, you can tell us the name and power move when we go down. When we go down the route, but I don't want it to affect yeah. God, I need more coffee. Hello! On the plus side of Megaboss, if you do start Gundams, you've already got all the painting gear ready to go. So yeah, the challenge I'm having at the moment is... So this was what I got for my entry. I'm doing the Devolver Digital mech. So this is the base, which I have to put together tonight. However, Devolver Digital recently did their faux press conference, which involved a mech, which looks nothing like this. Theirs was more of a hybrid of like Metal Gear Mark 1. No, sorry, Metal Gear. Yeah, the Mark 1 Metal Gear, and I don't know, kind of a more kind of like post-90s super spiny, like anime giant robot styling. With kind of like a grey with orange trim, somewhat evocative of the RoboCop 2 villain. So I'm trying to decide if I want to like lean heavy into that. Yeah, Wolfgrad, Devolver got into this Gundam contest before we did. Even when we came up with the rules, they still won. Get me the Metal Gear, Shinji. So that's my current thinking for my G3 entry. It's going to be a bit of a rush, and again, Neon White's dropping Thursday. So Thursday's going to be a whole thing. Yeah, Aldous, Devolver literally did a giant robot that commanded all of the games industry. Fearless says, what does G3 stand for? It stands for G Gundam Games Industry Contest. Games Industry is one word. Actually, so Megaboss, you probably wouldn't have heard about this. So we're doing a Gundam build contest. And the idea was to kind of do, what if G Gundam was how we decided who rules the games industry? and each company can only put forward like one mech. So the idea that, you know, publishers and studios could all stand toe to toe in this giant robot battle arena. Gundam building contest. And you know what? Earl makes a good point. In Hyperdimension Neptuna, games industry is one word. Actually, Megabot, I don't know if they did. Hang on. So we want Mega. Oh shit. Well, Monocals, that's a lovely thing to say. Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't do more interesting stuff for the YouTubes, and I'm sorry the quality of the uploads has taken a dive. I had Scardy doing the uploads and the chaptering, and Scardy does incredible work, but they're taking a break at the moment, so it's back to my dumbass. Shit. But that's lovely of you to say, and yeah, if my incoherent British seasoned flailings in a digital space could help in even a modicum, then I'm real happy. Thank you. Oh, I wasn't supposed to be feeling things this morning. Get my ass out of bed super late. And I was just about to. Oh. Yay! House Carl, don't feck around. Down on the dwarf, what oh friend. And J-Post, thank you for the bits. I was just looking at Gundam. I was looking at the Mega Man kits. Okay, all of you. J-Post, Wolfcrad, whoever the spooky ghosts were, Kymble, all of you. Got a whole train going on. Lizzie yelling from the back, not sorry! So, long short, Mega Boss, there are actually base kits, or bass kits, how do you want to say it? But they'll take some hunting. Yeah, Kymble, ask and ye shall train sieve? No, that's a thing I wish I hadn't said out loud. Monica, absolutely. Actually, Monica, here's a fun little will fact.
I guess we are doing this.
Yeah, Fearless, we're fucking doing this. Fun little will fact. This right here was the first little bit of fan art I ever got from going independent. The Artsy Poe drew it, which is why it's a little friendo up in the top corner. And the 3 Slugcats was. God, why do I keep blanking on who drew that? I'm a horrible person. Because there's going to be 5 more Slugcats. And Kymble, I did not see the Crows have been an Easter egg sticker in their YouTube soundtrack. Now I'm going to go through and listen. And not just to not just to the adventure tune repeatedly. I can't remember who shoots Slugcats. I'm a horrible person.
Chew hecking chew.
Down on the door, thank you. Oh. Well, Monica. God. I seem to have forgotten how to do people speak words completely today. Well, whatever you do, again, thank you for saying that. God, I gotta bring some, I was gonna say the thunder today, but we're playing TOEM, which is gonna be really fucking wholesome, so. Let's be incredibly enthusiastic about being wholesome! That's our day today. Oh. God, I've had such a good game. Oh, but yeah, Down on the Dwarf. Thank you. Thank you all, alright? I don't know. I stayed up late last night. Because sleep wasn't happening. And I ended up rewatching Palm Springs again. But I watched the director's commentary. And the thing that shone through with it was like, as a movie, everybody had a great time making it. And it was one of those weird little projects that a bunch of people wanted to do, so they went indie on it. And I was sitting there, I was being like, oh man, what's the kind of thing I'd like to do? You know, what would I like to do if I had that opportunity? And I was like, shit, I'm already doing it. I get to hang out with you lot on the daily. I get to do this. This is fucking great. So yeah. Then I got stupid drunk.
Hey, this isn't my station. I need to get off at the next one. Please continue, Mr. Train Driver.
No worries, Wolfgrad, no worries. Although Down on the Dwarf managed to take the Yalden there while I wasn't looking. And Wolfgrad, thank you for the 500. Right. Bits and donations what keeps us up, my friends. Which would have been people words for is what keeps us upright. God, I can't even speak today. Thank you. And Dari, thank you for letting me know. I can make a little adjustment. Anyway, it was a cheesy thought that kind of popped in my head last night. So, I guess. Incoherent Waluigi noise. Kimball saying so. Was away this weekend, missed the game announcements. Do you have any highlights? Kimball, it was unrelenting. The big ones for the industry is probably things like the Riot Game Pass setup, which, according to my sources, will mean that you can play Riot's current and upcoming games through Game Pass without additional spend. But with things like League of Legends, you get all characters, which feels big. That feels very big. In terms of things to get excited about, weirdly, the thing that we've been nattering about with each other all weekend is the Sea of Thieves update. It turns out that we're really into this shit. But in terms of like games announced and shown, there's been so many. Actually, coming out of the not E3 stuff straight into Steam Next Fest is just jarring. It's too much. There's so much good stuff at the moment, Kimball. I wouldn't know where to begin. I'd almost want to present you with like a little tailored charcuterie platter of games that you might be interested in. Yeah, Lizzie, we got more gameplay of Silksong. Still no launch date. However, the current theory is this year. In fairness, Team Cherry can literally take as long as they want, and respect to them. And it seems Mega Boss has found the Mega Man kits. Yeah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. I'm not a good friend for not getting stuff and things. Oh, and a quick show of hands, completely unrelated. How many of your lovely, lovely selves have a Nintendo Switch? As a very lovely friend of mine sent me through a bunch of European and American codes for a game that they are working on called Autonauts. So in a little bit post-train, I will have some codes to DM your lovely selves. Autonauts is a adorable, wholesome, kind of like colony builder, where you teach robots to do little tasks. It's heckin' adorable. You never switched over to the Switch, huh? Down Under Dwarf? Well, stammering, I've got 5... I've got 5 European keys and 5 North America keys. So it might be a bit much for a mosh pit. So we might just be able to be like, who wants them? So yeah, friends, I'll start passing them out in a little bit. Okay. Before I got immediately distracted, what were we talking about, friends?
I joined the stream to a level 3 hype train on this the day of.
I mean, Crux, I do not control... I do not control what goes on here. There's no... There's no logic, there's no rhyme, there's no reason. The trains come and go as the people please. And Stammering Gamer, that is the same title. I don't have any additional Steam keys. It's just Nintendo Switch keys because it's coming out, or has come out this week, I forget. No, sorry. Friends. Thank you. What was I doing? Lagmeister, you did!
Late choo-choo bits.
I mean, late choo-choo certainly down on the dwarf, but solid Jarldom. Down on the dwarf, now you're the Jarl. What are you going to do with this power? It's an important question. No, seriously, friends, I apologise that I'm a little bit wavy-davy this morning, but thank you. Alright. I mean it. I don't know, it's fucking cheesy to say, and I try not to... I really like doing this, and I get to do it because you lot keep me here. So, thank you. Yeah! Aggressive positivity! Ugh. Okay. But yeah, like, Kybal, to answer your question, we've just been inundated. Like, I'm going back to the game news for a few standout ones. Yesterday was Capcom's little presser, which was new DLC for Resi Evil, stuff we already knew. There is a Dinosaurs vs. Power Armor game coming called Exo Primal. Looks dumb fun. Kind of reminds me of like early experimental Capcom, which I'm for. I was a complete bastard on Twitter. By repeatedly posting, how about that Dragon's Dogma announce? There was no Dragon's Dogma announce. I was just being a piece of shit. I'm just trying to remember what else got... some good news. I think we talked about it a little the previous week, but just reaffirming that Microsoft will be acknowledging the QA Games Union at Raven Software, which is real cool. The Wu-Tang Clan are doing a track for the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Well, have done. And it slaps, won't lie. Oh yes, the announcement for Goat Sim 3 was amazing. Well, so there hasn't been, to my knowledge, a Goat Sim 2. They've just decided to jump ahead and announce Goat Sim 3, which they did with a parody of the infamous Dead Island 2 trailer for a game that never happened. Oh yes, the stuff coming out about Sonic Frontiers is fascinating. It seems to be a hot mess. And the response from the creative team behind it was, you don't get it, which in game speak means brace yourself, it's going to be a bad one. That's not a diss on that particular development team, but seriously, anytime a creative has said prior to launch, you just don't get it, that speaks volumes to bad times. Seriously though, friends, for those of you who got me on Steam, you've probably seen I've had a lot of hands-on with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game already. It's wonderful. It's truly wonderful. I won't say too much because it's worth exploring with friends. I've had the chance to try it 2-player mode and 6-player. 2-player is probably spot on perfect, and if you have the opportunity to play 6-player, I'd advise it as a house party event, but it's definitely an event. It's something real special. I do like that Kojima announced that Kojima Productions is doing a project with Xbox, but said no more. And then had to issue a follow-up statement saying, no, we still like PlayStation. So Plutonium Sure, it is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. It's the upcoming title by .mu, who did the incredible Streets of Rage 4. And I mean, if you're old enough to remember the Turtles being on telly, you are the target audience for this game. It's brilliant. It's just brilliant. Yeah, and Lagmeister, like, as someone who obsesses over the circus of E3, seeing someone else do a shot-for-shot remake of the Dead Island 2 trailer, but with goats, made me so happy. So happy. Well, Plutonium, sure, there's only one way that you'll find out if Shredder does or does not get his revenge, and that's to play it. But it's royally expensive, and we do not have the space. But, like, if you are a Turtles fan, Limited Run are doing a Turtles Collector's Edition that is the most nostalgia-rific creation I've seen, including a repeat of the original offer for a personal pan pizza from Pizza Hut, which was the same deal available for the SNES version of the OG Turtles game. I mean, so Earl, I will say I did notice James Avery's absence. As the rest of the OG cast are there, but the individual they've got playing Shredder for this one goes hard, and it didn't feel weird and gross. It didn't feel like CGI replacement of actor who died. Do you know what I mean? Plutonium, sure, you're right. No fight song. I did grow up with Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, which resulted in many playground arguments because I had family out in the States for where they were the Ninja Turtles. And so the argument of whether they were the Hero Turtles or the Ninja Turtles was raging. Fall Guys did a shot-for-shot recreation of a Halo video. I'm drawing a blank, but... Catastrophe says the closest they got to Turtles was watching the 2003 to 10. I mean, there's... The original cartoons were by no means sacrosanct. They weren't all good. Some of them were just trash. But it's just the... It would just hit at a certain point in time with a style that just resonated. The newest animated scenes have some incredible animation in them. Like, that team goes hard. And Kyle, you're right, the live-action movies are very bad. Why did they have noses? Actually, I will say, friends, if you find yourself in the need to drink, and I mean really drink, and you have company, just put on the 2 live-action Turtles films, because no one cares if you talk over them, and... Sorry, bear with me a second. Okay, sorry. Multi-track drifty potato! Wait, no. Hang on. So, I just realised that when I said the live-action movies were bad, I was talking about the newer ones with Michael Bay, because I did recently rewatch them, and they are a great excuse to get riggedy shit-faced. The original Turtles live-action film is so good. Like, it's genuinely a good movie. The rest get progressively worse. Fiona and I tried to watch the one where the Turtles get sent back to ancient Japan, and... Oh, that hurt. Yeah, Lizzie, apologies. It's only because I recently rewatched the Bay ones. And, like I said, you can just get drunk and rewatch them. It's amazing. Lizzie's like, wait, but I can get drunk and watch a good movie. That is always an option. Oh, Lagmeister. Actually, Lagmeister, do you mind dropping that in the Videodrome so I can give it a watch later? I'd be sincerely grateful. But jumping back. Trying to think of what else popped up. The PC gaming showcase was very weird. And it closed out on what I was hoping was going to be more content for Half-Life Alyx, but was a mod for Half-Life Alyx. And I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Like, more content for a game, good. Mod, high quality content for free, fuck yes. But there's something about putting user created content in front and center in a press conference. Like, it sets a level of expectation that no fan created project can live up to. And it felt weird. It kind of felt like, I don't know, like reaching for a cola and getting a Mr. Pibb. You know, it felt like it felt like the little off-brand biscuits. Like, okay, yes, it has all the components you like, but something about it tastes a little bit weird. That was the one that left me feeling very strange. And Earl, I would agree that the PC Gaming Show did feel very disjointed. Like, more so than in prior years. And it seems to be that PC is becoming more and more part of people's key strategies. Like, as a child who survived the EA Ports era of PC games, it's weird to look at it. It's weird to look at it. Oh. Favor 6, get out! No, please come back. No, Favor 6, thank you for the 100. PC is now a core part of a lot of team strategy, specifically like Xbox. I feel that PlayStation will be moving more and more into PC as part of their strategy going forward, or they'll just die. And so it means that PC gaming is no longer this additional sphere. You know, when you think about the big games being played on PC, they had their announcements in other shows throughout. So what was kind of left? Oh yeah, but I mean, Stammering Gamer, from a viewer and from a consumer standpoint, the Xbox showcase was too much good stuff. But right now we're getting to this point where the battle is going to be fought over platforms, not consoles. And so platform domination is a completely different strategy. You know, you don't need to have one showpiece video game. You don't need to have like an exclusive launch lineup. Hey! What, Sigma? Hello? Watto and welcome! We're talking about the E3 announcements. Well, the not E3 announcements. Now, I should say, I am not pro one platform consuming all of video gaming. But, you know, if we're looking at it as like strategists, when it comes to platform domination, the idea is to hit as many people directly as possible. You need to go for moving away from like the Ichiban tentpole methodology. You need to have a buffet bigger than the other person's buffet. Oh, and you know what, Catastros, you're right. I was being a bit hyperbolic there, but like Sony as a video game entity won't just die, but they may not win what is currently the platform war, as it seems that they are very much struggling to shift their focus into how it's being played. Like, the industry has changed for the big players. And, you know, this is a thing we've seen happen before. You know? And hey, like, Sega survived coming out of the console market. And, you know what? If you want to look at a company that has survived through agility, have a look at Sega over the years. Like, do you know what Sega's primary platform is right now? PC. No joke. Anyway, so Sigma, how are you doing? It was lovely to meet you at Sober. We're going to be playing some really, really cutie-patootie games in a little bit, but we're just kind of, I guess, recapping all the news that dropped over the last few days. You know what, Fred? You know what? Thank you for summing that up nicely. The console wars did feel like our generation's franchise wars from Demolition Man. Like, you can still see it to some extent, but it's harder to get a clear view because there's a larger portion of bad faith posting in the discussion space around consoles these days. Like, if you go onto like Xbox or PlayStation platforms, you'll see these accounts like yelling about one way or the other. Most of those accounts are bot accounts that have been created just to stir up trouble in these threads. So it's hard to get a real read on whether we are still going through console battles. Fred's like, just wait until all the consoles at Taco Bell will. No. Chris in so much pain on Sunday. Like, okay, we're all getting older. That's part of the human condition. It's fine. I've come to accept this. The things... I'm doing better than some friends I know when it comes to things like heartburn. Taco Bell can be painful the next day, like a burning pit sensation right there. Beer definitely causes it. Both together created a fresh flavor of agony on Sunday. It was great. It's great. Because 2 a.m. Taco Bell plus Voodoo Ranger beers did me a damage. Ah, actually, Fearless, I didn't see the Company of Heroes 3 stuff this morning, so I'll have to give that a look. You'll never get older if you only eat chocolate. Something that can be described as having one's whimsical childlike self maintained, or as a threat. You'll never get older if only eats chocolate. Like, that sounds like one of the dark lessons learnt in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Oh. But yeah, it's interesting to see how things are changing. And the thing is, this may only be a temporary change in the industry. Because right now, chip shortage is real. Like, I can't just go and buy a PS5. But I can get Game Pass, and I can play a large proportion of the titles that are available there. Do you know what I mean? Like, costs to accessibility, they're winning out. And at least as things stand currently, that seems to be the winning play. Like, it's hard not to... The developer friends I know who have worked with Game Pass are doing well. And as a consumer, I can afford to play titles. A very, very kind friend gifted me a copy of Sniper Elite 5 because I was having a feckin' bad weekend a few weekends ago. Very grateful for that. But if I hadn't had that, I would have been able to play it on Game Pass. So that's like, that's a huge saving. Kaibo, GeForce Now does help people play on low-end PCs. The only problem with that was a lot of companies have their own competitive streaming tech. So a lot of them have been kind of having their stuff pulled, even though GeForce's whole thing was it's your existing library streamed. However, like, the Xbox cloud hosting stuff has been fascinating. There's been a few times where, like, on our Friday night Sea of Thieves stuff, where we've just had someone, when we haven't been able to get it working or updated, just use the cloud hosting setup. Oh, Sigma, thank you kindly. Just in case it wasn't as subtle. Yeah. I had a meeting with somebody a little while ago, and they were trying to politely make sure that I wasn't a piece of shit, which I understand. Like, you know, my moniker is Viking Blonde, and there are some individuals out there who use Viking culture as a facade over very, very, very bad ideologies, of which I am not one. So they were very politely trying to ask me, and all I had to do was just slowly roll back in the Zoom call. And they were like, oh yeah, no, you're fine. I was like, yeah, it's good. This was originally our outdoor flag in our last place, but there's a no flags policy in the building we're in. So now it's in the back of my room. Anyway. So I'm just trying to think of like announcements and recap stuff. Obviously, I'm excited for Rain World Downpour. I'm gonna have to get 5 slug cats tattooed on my arm. And the more I've been learning about them and their names, like the chunker is called the Gourmand. And the Gourmand's ability is they can eat just about everything. They're a bit heavy on their feeties, but they can cook things. They can make more nutritious food out of different things in Rain World. But they can fall. Okay, Mega Boss, no spoilers, no spoilers. This is just the new content coming out later in the year. And I'm glad you're enjoying it, friend. God. Look, I am never going to apologize for getting people into Rain World. God. Rain World's such a fascinating case study in managing people's expectation with games is so important. Like, there's been a bunch of people who have taken up Rain World since Floyd put the video out and since the Downpour DLC got announced. And it's so fascinating because when the game came out, almost all the reviewers either ignored it or bounced right off it because their expectation was this cutie patootie platformer, not a brutal ecology simulation survival game. Hey! J-Post, you fucking legend. Thank you. J-Post, that's really kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, Sigma, the hunters of House Carl don't feck around. But what's been really interesting is that people who are getting into it now, they understand that it's an unforgiving, strange world that will reward you if you stick with it, rather than thinking like, oh look, it's a little cat that's a slug in a platformer. Oh, I can't wait for this to be a metaphor for something. Alan, we can absolutely talk about Angerfoot. Kick things till win. Now, I will say that sometimes, especially... No, just because we've got Everhood playing in the background, and Everhood is a great example of managing expectations going the other way. I mean, I guess Undertale is one of the more famous examples, but like Everhood is a game that says, "Oh, it's a cute rhythm game. You're a little wooden boy who's gonna go find his arm. Nothing bad happens." And then by the end of it, you're like, eh. But yeah, Angerfoot is... I mean, you can play the demo of Angerfoot now, and if you haven't seen that, I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like. Kick things with acid-flavored ferocity. I think you play an alligator with guns and a Bigfoot. It looks gloriously weird. Lizzie, no. I don't think Fiona's watching, so I guess I can sneak it past. Sorry. As an example of expectation management, the thing that Lizzie's bringing up is, God, was it last year, the year before? Fiona used to do a show called THC Thursdays, where she would have an edible and play a video game. And Fiona asked us, what game should I play? I said Pony Island, and a lot of people agreed with me. And Fiona tried to play Pony Island high as balls. Fiona was so mad at me. So mad at me. So, Megaboss, you're not wrong, but I feel like Minecraft is one of those great examples of simplicity of introduction with complexity through depth of activity. Hang on. I'm trying to think of a way to say this cohesively. Like, Megaboss is not wrong. Minecraft is a great example of expectation management. It tells you in the title you are going to mine things and craft things. You spawn in this world. What are my buttons? Punch. Cool. What am I going to punch? Punch some dirt. Oh, cool. Got a block of dirt. Punch some wood. Oh, cool. That's some wood. Oh, shit. I can make the wood into stuff. Like, nothing about the initial pitch tells you that you can make, functioning redstone computers, or that you will have potentially this sprawling, emergent narrative experience. Because what do? You mine stuff, you craft stuff. I don't know, I don't play it as much as, and I don't think there's anything to be said about Minecraft from a biz dev or from an intellectual standpoint that hasn't been said 1,000 times, but I don't know. It's still worth considering how Hatsune Miku hit upon something very simple and then expanded it to become the juggernaut that it is. Earl says, on the subject of playing games while getting high, don't do it for Phasmophobia. Yeah, Fiona's done that as well. But I wasn't the one that suggested it, so that means it's fine. Yes, God, sorry, I remember that. I think Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego is definitely not a game to play high when you have to recall facts and knowledge. Amnesia while high, God. I hadn't even considered it. Lagmeister's saying they do like how, with there being a do not play this game while high as a first time warning, does passively imply that there's a point where playing those games and getting high is on the menu. Whoa! I mean, I could only really... I think Phasmophobia is an interesting one to discuss in that regard, because Phasmophobia is an interesting game in that the mechanics of it override the thematics eventually. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen anybody who plays a lot of Phasmophobia playing late game stuff, where the fear isn't there, they're not even really playing into the thematics of it, they're just mechanically looking at the world and how the ghosts operate. It's fascinating. And hey, I'm not here to police anybody's experience of these games. It's very interesting. That's a point where getting high as balls could be hilarious. Oh, Catastros, lovely chatting with you again. Sorry for starting so late. I hope things are going good for yourself. Oh yes, and Lizzie, thank you. I am based out of Seattle, Washington, where the marijuana is legal. I can get high, and it's not a problem. Obviously, we would never condone the use of illegal substances in your location and region. Earl, I actually kind of agree with you. Earl was saying that Animal Crossing, if you hadn't heard of it before, you'd assume it was like an animal breeding game, like, Spore or Bug Snacks or, Incredible Animals, whatever it's called. I do think Animal Crossing's slightly nebulous name and very unclear premise was kind of that, combined with being on the GameCube and stuff like that, definitely hampered it in the early years. I'm glad that Animal Crossing has done so well, but it's interesting to look at. Because it's a hard one to... Excuse me. There we go. It's a hard one to point at and say, this is the game. I mean, Lagmeister, now you've thought of it, it's up to you to make it. Get out. Favor 6. I'm pouring this coffee. Pouring this coffee and I'm judging you. Actually, yeah, I mean, J-Post, if Fiona pops in a little bit later, I'll ask what were the good games to play high. I have a feeling that anything with like precision platforming and stuff like that is probably... That's probably the kind of stuff that doesn't work. God, Super Mario Galaxy is probably either great or horrifying. Yes, and J-Post, legal in Boston as well, so whee! Okie dokie Lokis. I'm trying to think if there was anything else that popped up from the video gaming news space that I wanted to chat about. It just, everything has happened so much since Thursday. And honestly, like, you know, between the Day of the Devs, Wholesome Direct, Guerrilla Collective, yeah, the Xbox Showcase, judging you, Favor 6, judging you. But, Favor 6, thank you for the bits, alright, because that's all money to keep in the fucking lights on here, so seriously, thank you. Not for the jokes, no, jokes can get the bit. God. Lagmeister, I think Antichamber, while high as balls, would probably cause you to vomit. I mean, I had to play that, when I played it through the first time, I had to play it in bursts. That was a real headache inducer. Oh yeah, and the progress being made on the System Shock remake is so good. Soma Wall High. You do not want to be philosophizing about your own existence. High as balls. Oh. Okay, I'm trying to think if there was anything else. You know what? See, Lizzie, Subnautica World High would be really scary at first, but you know what I do? Like, especially with Below Zero and stuff like that, I just build a gorgeous viewing room with, like, the snow and the sunset and just get fucking baked. Now, obviously, Megaboss, we would never, ever condone the use of illegal substances here on Twitch.television, as that would be against terms of service. I mean, and as I've never, ever consumed psychotropics in my life. Never, ever, 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 ever. But theoretically, if I had. The timing of that. Friends, the timing. Aperios, you glorious Mother Hubbard, how are you doing? Coming in, coming in! Hello, hello, hello. Actually, I will say, Aperios, I was a little bit jelly that I had to... I mean, because streaming is literally how I pay the bills. It is my job. That I didn't get to just hang around your stream this morning. Friends, if you're not following Aperios, please do, as Aperios has the ability to get up in the morning, unlike me. And was doing a breakdown of the trailers from all the nonsense that's been going down. And before I was kicking off, I was watching a little bit of Aperios' show, and he was doing a great deconstruction of Redfall. Is it Redfall? Arcane's co-op versus vampires shooter, which looks thoroughly interesting. But yeah, literally, I said I've never ever consumed psychotropics, and obviously, you know. Literally, as I said that, you led a raid in. The timing was perfect. But yeah, it was just... your commentary on Redfall was interesting because you're right, you can see a lot of Arcane's DNA in that game. It doesn't just look like... I'm sorry I keep talking about Anthem, but Anthem's kind of like the worst case. Like, a company getting pushed into a specific choice to fit a niche. Just... ugh. Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. What, oh friend? Is it Perun's not actually colour cycling? I'm just high as balls. Okay. I mean, sorry, it's looking that way. Not feeling this one. Yeah, and I don't mean to keep bashing on Anthem. I don't mean to keep bringing it up. It's just sometimes when a team goes in a vastly different direction than what's successful, it can end up being very bad. Aww. Well, Lagmeister, I mean, at very least, Warframe will definitely still be there when you get back. Yeah, Perios, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Sorry, Perios was saying that in Anthem, the flying was second to none, like jetpacking around in your power armor. I mean, here's the thing. There was a core project there that was very good. Very good. And it was then pushed into a space it did not fit. Without the time and care to make it a contender. Like, thing is, there was a single player and or co-op game of Anthem that would have been phenomenal. But the push to make it a competitor in the, you know, games of service looter shooter space, taking it woefully out of the lane where it would have been at its strongest, it's just sad, you know? And I don't mean to be glib. I know it's very easy for me to sit here and cast judgment on a huge company like EA, but they have a track record of doing this with their teams. So, I don't know. It's one of those things I think about a lot. There's an alternate version of Anthem that's better managed. Anyway, so at this point, there's just so much news and information that has dropped over the last few days that, as someone who prides himself on usually being atop everything, even I'm confused where to start. And as I was saying earlier, jumping straight into Steam, what is it, Steam Next Fest? Yeah, with hundreds and hundreds of demos and projects. It's definitely user overload. And I think there are going to be a lot of good games that are going to suffer this year. Because last year, no one was quite sure what was going to happen. Were we going to have an E3? Was things going to go ahead? 2020, everything was out. And there was a whole scramble for ways to tell people about games. Last year was the will they, won't they. This year is probably closer to what we're going to be getting moving forward. But the thing is, we've moved away from the big tentpole press conferences. So there's now just this dump truck of games all at once. And some really good games are going to end up getting missed because of it. Various. Angerfoot for life. Yes, yes, and yes. Angerfoot's also a Devolver Digital game, so it's not going to have to worry. Oh, sorry, friends. That's what I'm trying to say. As an FYI, there are 1,201 games taking part in Steam Next Fest. That's too many games. That's too many games. Like, I'm trying to do the math in my head for how many days it would take to play every one of those demos, assuming each one is like 20 minutes. So that would be at 20 minutes. That's 4 games an hour. Hang on, let me get the calculator up. I'm not good at this. I'm not mathematically inclined. All right, so 20 minutes a pop. So that's 4 games an hour. So times 4. So that's 96 games a day, which is without stopping. Oh yeah, Mega Boss, Sleep Insanity be done. That's just bam, 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 bam. No, my brain doesn't want to do math today. Sorry. No numbers from me. Humans weren't meant to do adding. Well, see, there we go, Lost Flowers. Good at maths. 20 minutes each is 3 an hour. Well said, guys. Joey! How are you doing? Hey, if any of you want to tell me how long it would take to play 1,201 demos, be my guest. How have you been finding Generation Zero? Because they've had a lot of additions made, and at some point I do want to. I do want to return to that one because that was a very interesting. Okay, there we go. So JPO says it would take 17 days with 20 minutes each, no sleep. I'm just telling the internet this. They need to know. But yeah, so Chorby, how are you doing, friend? Paris says, I think you could do it. God. I've always been fearful of the idea of an uncapped subathon. Demos for dollars. I mean, also, as someone who has reached the dizzying height of 1,000 concurrent subs, subs are not the best way to support a dumbass like myself. So I definitely need to do something else. Oh yeah. Oh, Chorby's saying that they don't know what uncapped means. Okay, friends, just very quickly, if you aren't already, please, 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 please be following Aperios and Chorby. I personally watch both their streams, and Chorby does a wonderful thing called Till We Beat, where Chorby will pick a game series, and they'll start on Friday night, and they'll keep going until they beat it. Thank you, Lizzie! God, this tune slaps. Okay. Sorry, Earl was saying on Generation Zero that the rival system and region threat of your merry band of anti-robot misfits makes the game very tense. Nice. For those of you who don't know, Generation Zero was an internal project by the same team that did Just Cause, where they let a small team inside the studio have a crack at making a co-op first-person shooter. And it was interesting, if a little bare bones at launch. It's kind of set in, correct me if I'm wrong, authentic but inaccurate Sweden, I believe. And it's been slowly getting more and more in the way of like updates and support and additional stuff. And so I keep waiting to see when we need to return to it. Because one, the setting of it alone is fresh and unique. Plus, it's got this whole like 80s retro future vibe going on. The plot of the game is you and your friends went out on like a little boating trip for an afternoon. You come back and everyone is gone. There are no people, no corpses, no nothing. Just these weird robots everywhere. And as a setup to a game, I feckin' love it. Oh, okay, Kindball, I hope your headache passes. I mean, thank you for... Thank you. I've been butchering my words here. That's what I wanted to say, is thank you. Dory's saying that the subathons that they've seen have included bits and donations for the timer at a more effective rate than subs. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an event in mind for that right now. It's not feasible with my the amount of responsibilities that I have. But, I mean, there is a chance, friends, that there will be a double-header stream on Thursday that will have the sponsored one in the morning, a breather, and then we'll have, like, a Gundam building neon white combo stream at night. Because I don't think all of you are going to want to watch me play neon white, but I'm definitely going to be going hard on Thursday. So, I don't know, maybe we'll do it as a Discord event. I was also saying on the subject of Generation Zero that there is still a bit of jank in the game, desyncs and robots, etc., and that's understandable. Lizzie's like, who doesn't want to see you play Neon White? Who told you that? Yo, it's a lot of restart, try. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, so with the voice of Spike Spiegel, fully animated intro, Neon White is visually one of the freshest games that's going to drop this year. And it has a competitive speedrunning element between you and your friends, which I am all about. Last time the demo dropped for Neon White, the Longship got very competitive. And I think this is going to be an entertaining one. I don't know which will be the levels we end up battling over. Like, I have no interest in world firsts or, like, you know, challenging the leaderboards there, but between our little squad, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Aquarius says level 1 is the most important. God. Level 1, where the difference between, like, first and fifth is, like, a couple of pixels left and right. Hey, Monica. God, I butcher usernames on the regular. It was lovely to make your acquaintance. Thank you again for the kind words. Go! Eat people food! Be well! But yeah, friendos, Neon White is going to be something I'm going to be personally going very hard on. Oh, Chorby, we've all made that mistake before. It's no worry. No judgment here. Chorby saying they forgot to eat their food labelled for people. Instead, they ate the food that was simply labelled people. No. What? Okie dokie. Alright, Mega Boss. Sleep well. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Oh shit, if you haven't gone already, Mega Boss. Where were you based? Let's get these codes out. I completely forgot we were going to do that. So I have switch codes for both North America and Europe for an adorable game called Autonauts, which we've been very kindly given by Curve Digital. For the people, by the people, made with people. Soylent Green! My friend used to call it the Soylent Green test, which is if you eat something and you do not... If someone was to tell you this was made out of people, it would not dull your enjoyment. And Ikoa, what ho friend? I am intimidated by the sheer amount of demos. I did the math. Okay, I didn't do the math. I asked these lovely Mother Hubbards to play every demo for at least 20 minutes, and this is without sleep breaks or what have you. It would take you 17 days to play every demo in Steam Next Fest. That's too much video. That's too much video from a games. Oh. God, these tunes are so good. Yeah, Ikoa, it is lucky you don't have to play every demo. I will say, friendos that have been involved in Steam's Next Fest in the past have had a very, very good time of it, and it has done very well in terms of like wish lists and engagements and getting your game out there. With Steam's want to do automation of events like this, I worry that a few bangers are going to get lost in the mix, but I mean, friends, you know my feels when it comes to this kind of thing, which is I have an unreasonably loud love of some weird and different and strange games. And often, these games don't get the chance to shine. You know, we've been talking a lot about Rain World today, but if it wasn't for a few if it wasn't for Rain World just resonating with a few of the right people at the right time, like, it's a game that would have disappeared. You know, Adult Swim gave it a good push. It had, like, good show floor presence, but beyond that, it was just silence. And considering that the critical reception for Rain World was either just didn't play it or it's too hard, it created a situation where it could have just died. And nobody wants that. There's so many games that I am absolutely besotted with that never get the chance. I mean, the fact that Everhood itself didn't end up taking over the whole gaming space is criminal. I mean, Everhood didn't do badly, alright? It does have 7,000 positive reviews, but, like, you know, this is a game that should have commanded the space. Oh, Down Under Dwarf. Have a lovely rest of your day at work. Lovely chatting with you. So yeah, Steam Next Fest is something that I'm in full support of. I don't know. You'd be amazed how much time I spend a day thinking about ways that I can help more of these strange and weird games shine. And it just comes down to an hours in a day problem, you know? Alright, before this tune gets me all feelsy, before I get far too much into my nonsense, let's get TOEM started. Let's go take some adorable pictures of some adorable animals, and let's go from there. Because I'm getting into the feels. Let's get this video game going. I mean, I figured, especially after how manic the weekend is and how much stuff we're going to have going on this week, I thought today would be a really good day to play something just really feckin' calm, you know? Like, I know all of you are aware of TOEM or TOEM or however it's feckin' pronounced. It's a game that got a very good it's a game that got a very good shout last year, and I'm really happy about that. So Clank says, do you ever think we're eventually going to see fewer games because the market is so crowded that most can't survive? I don't know, to be honest. I look at other mediums and I try and theorize how things could change and how things could move. Like, independent cinema is a strange space. It's hard to think about the last time I actually saw a properly independent film. And then when I think about how I found out about those, like, it's a hard place to be involved in. Indie comics is very much the same. What ends up happening is the gap between the comics that you buy on the shelf and the comics that are available to you, like the actual indie scene, that gap gets larger and larger. The great irony is that if you go to a comic convention, the people who buy indie comics are people who make indie comics. So I don't know. I never want there to be barriers to entry between the game you wish to make and people having the chance to play it. So I guess what's going to happen is the gap between what is a game that you can make a living off of and a game that you can create and share with others, I think that gap's going to increase. And that's not a bad thing. You know, if every game has to make $1 million, it does lead to a homogeny that we really saw at, like, you know, the mid to end of the Xbox era, with the major publishers getting more and more, cribbing from each other more and more to create games that appeal to the widest number of people. Oh, Ikoa. See, you know what? That means I get to share this with one extra person. That makes me real happy. I mean, Wolfgrad, I couldn't agree with you more. Like, as it becomes cheaper to produce games, we'll be able to see more creativity coming out of the space. And the great thing about video games is there's no physicalities to it. And I know that seems like a dumb thing, but if a webcomic explodes, everyone pours onto the site, and maybe there's a bump in ad revenue, but there's no user purchase intention. How many of those people that come and read your webcomic turn into people that will keep going is a very limited amount. Physically buying a comic requires you to have stock, it requires you to ship it, it requires so many additional elements that there's a limit to how you can scale, right? Sorry, I've got sniffles today. It's cause I stayed up drinking. That was fucking dumb. But it's how I'm currently coping. It's my little song. If you make a beautiful, gorgeous, heartfelt game, and you make it for, like, yourself, or maybe, like, 3 or 4 other people, and you put it up on itch, maybe spend a couple of quid, put it on Steam, and then suddenly 50,000 people find your game and play it. There's no additional challenges for you to spool up. In fact, your game could spiral far faster than you're aware of, which we have seen with projects. And so I guess that's where the difference comes in. Like, it is still possible to be Vampire Survivors in a world where GTA 5 exists. But unfortunately, it is not possible for you to be Clerks in a world where the Marvel Cinematic Universe exists. So, I don't know. The indie comic space is so sewn up, and it doesn't feel like people can have that same kind of explosion. And I guess that's what makes games special. Check it out! It's Barry BAFTA! We don't even have to go outside, we can just sit here and be adorable. But yeah, these are the things that do make me very happy when it comes to video games. That we all have the possibility still to create something that can resonate with people. Alnus, yeah, let's go see if it's a BAFTA from The Last of Us. Cool, you just hop back on the bed. We can go on the internet! Whee! That's where nerds are. I'm gonna leave the B channel on. An empty picture frame. You can't place a photo in the frame since you don't have an album. Well, fuck you then, maybe I'll get an album. Does, anyone need a backpack? Yeah, Crux, let's just put some video games on. Let's play TOEM inside TOEM. What's in there? Nothing. Play your favourite tunes from the past. Don't have any tunes. Dun, 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 dun. And sorry, I don't mean to get so overly philosophical when it comes to this kind of stuff. One of the things that was really, really hard in the indie comic space was seeing how many incredibly talented, how many brilliant people were just languishing. Because the chances that you will create something that can be commercially sold are very, very low. You know, for a lot of those comic artists, it's almost like continue to improve and keep rolling the dice and maybe get a shot at drawing for one of the big groups. Wait, Lost Flowers, I completely missed that. It's called a hype lady instead of a walkman. Flowers, that was a good spot. I completely missed that. Sorry, Clank is yelling at me because I'm apologising for talking about what I'm here for. Okay, I know. And the thing is, I don't know indie comics as well as I used to. So thing is, my knowledge on the subject is probably years old. Maybe things have changed. Alright, we're taking an adventure to see a magical phenomenon. TOEM. How are you feeling? Feckin' freaking out. I'm excited.
Just like me when I was your age. Anyhow, I've only seen the TOEM once at the top of the Karabadara mountain region.
I did kind of think, I was kind of hoping that the streaming service revolution in television and film would bring us more fresh, interesting stuff. And I guess to an extent it has. You know, we've gotten things like Castlevania and Better Call Saul, and I mean, what's quickly becoming one of my favorite movies, which is Palm Springs. Things like that have managed to find a space where they didn't have it before. And so I guess that's possible. But again, all of those things that I think about, they have known entities attached to them, you know? None of those are things that were breakaway successes in isolation. Do you know what I mean? Now, J-Po says that they feel most truly indie comics are in the Kickstarter space in recent years. Varying degrees of success, but at least don't have to pay printing costs if demand isn't high enough. That's a good point. Most, I mean, God. The friend who I know who's still the most successful in that space funds their different print runs through Kickstarter. So, you're not wrong. So many photos. Well, this is the one that wants to show us. Anyway, it's enough peeking. Alright. I don't know if that horn was in-game or out-of-game. Now I'm worried. Yay! We got a camera. Okay, so... Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go take a photo. We're gonna take a photo of Barry BAFTA! Hey up, Barry. Do. Saved to album. Shit, yeah. Frame picture. Shit, yeah. We framed a picture of Barry BAFTA so he could look at himself. But I'm trying to think of other mediums. I mean, Jesus, music is its own absolute mess. A medium that has simultaneously been, you know, reshaped and brutalized by the online environment. But again, these are mediums I don't know as well as I know video games. Alna, sadly, I can't put the picture of the BAFTA behind the BAFTA, as I'd love to do that, the running gag of person standing in front of photo of themselves. Alright, we should take a picture of... We could do selfies? Shit, yeah! Hang on, let's bring it on in. Save the album. Alright, here we go. I can't use that one, but I can use this one. Frame a picture. Yes. We're doing it. Welcome to the bit. Welcome to the bit. Every time we do this joke, it's welcome to the bit. Damn it, Nana. Need you on the other side. Ah! There we go. Oh yeah, okay, Wolfcrat. I'll get a selfie with the BAFTA. God, there's so much of this game I've forgotten. It's a selfie with me and Barry BAFTA. Celebrate our victories. Oh, but yeah. We've talked about this a lot, and it's one of the reasons why I do get so excited when we start talking about things like Unreal Engine 5 and Unity changes. I had a feeling... I kept thinking that Godot was going to make more of an impact, considering the discussion around it, but I keep waiting for Godot to be a whole thing. Sorry, friends, if you haven't heard of it, Godot's, believe, an open source game engine that's potentially very, very powerful. And it's... and as much as I do joke about it, it's one of those things that's bringing us further and further forward in game creation. Had to wait for that joke to land, Phyllis. And yeah, Crux, there is a potential that I will get through our entire roll of film before we leave the house. It's fine, it's fine. Achievement completed. The beginning. Alright, we get a travelling system. Look at that cheeky monkey. See, we could talk to this guy, or we could go make friends with a cow. That's far more important. Yeah. Taking selfies with a cow. Taking selfies with a bug. And some apples that apparently have bums. No, I'm good. I don't want that one. Ooh. Great for walking short distances, will make you slower. I mean... is that good? Is that bad?
Most gracias, Marco.
Yes, I'm going on a journey. Give me the good stuff. Oh, stamp a card for a better community. Thanks. No. Oh. So I guess the question then becomes, like, how does one make inroads into being, like, independently successful in video games? Because we've been talking a lot about, like, comics, like, what are the stopping blocks for independent artists to become successful in that space? What are the... And I can theory craft until the cows come home. Literally, the cow has come home. But video games is what I know, and I keep trying to think about the people who have become independently successful. And I guess it's all about consistency and cohesion. Like, in some way or another, these days, thinking about your games as an anthology rather than standalone is definitely a better way of moving towards success, right? Because ever since I met Damien Crawford over at GDC, I've been thinking more and more about how the art that we put out, if not independent from each other, builds on one another. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. So let me elaborate. So, if you are creating games that have no cohesion between them, it's very hard for users to follow your journey, right? So if you make a match 3 color puzzle game, great, brilliant. And then you make a brutal first-person horror game. Okay, that's fine. Next up, you make a racing game. Where? There's no cohesion for users to follow through in the immediate, unless there is. Sock Pop uses a consistent art style to bring it through. Damien does... I mean, his handle is the worst RPG dev, right? And he's the individual that made games like... My only skill is leader, so I invited 99 of my friends to beat the Dungeon Lord. Or the one that I keep telling you all about, which is my sister left her PC unattended, and I logged on, and now I have to lead a raid, even though I don't play MMOs. Where you literally have to lead a high-level raid, despite having never seen the game before. I mean, they're very isekai, visual novel type titles, but there's a clear line through, and he's built on this. And so now he's able to start articulating on that one. Admittedly, he did make a golf game, but it's the best, worst golf game ever. Damien Crawford's Golfing Experience, which I will show you all, but there's just not quite enough for a full stream. But what I mean is, by playing one of his games... Oh, Bumberquack, it's brilliant. Does this pause? No, it keeps playing. Lovely. Alright, let me see about our Damien. There we go, Cannibal Interactive. Yeah, my older sister left the computer on, and I found myself trying to coordinate a raid in a game, and I don't play MMOs. So here's the title of it. And technically, it reminds me of an old Flash game, which just got a re-release, which I believe is like Fantasy Battle Saga. And the whole point of that game was classic JRPG combat as a puzzle game. Anyway, I'm getting way off. The point is, if you've encountered this game, you now have a means to understand Damien's other titles. So that when he starts breaking out of his initial space, he can carry that momentum through. I can tell you about them. So, like, the next game he's working on is being published by Zalavir's company, Strange Scaffold. And it's very much a meditation on, you know, what happens in these fantasy RPGs, what happens in these games after the heroes leave. You know, what does the leftover land look like? And because it has that through line, I can tell you about it. Like, I genuinely give a heck. Look at that cutie patootie. Yeah! Take a photo of our Nana. Gran is one of the sights of Homelandia. Alright. Well, okay, so Blummerquack, you're not wrong. You know, that title in that game does evoke that kind of... You've suddenly been thrust into a professional situation that you have no tools... That you have no tools to come to understand, right? But, let us not forget that Bossa Studios was founded on that mimetic premise. It's also worth, I mean, hell, if you want to look at like the through line of development, like the successful concepts versus the unsuccessful, Bossa Studios is a very good example. And I talk about them because they are doing well. They're not doing poorly, but it was fishtail central there for a while. Whereas when you look at, say, I mean, I know they're the golden child. They are the river of video game studios. Supergiant are perfect. They have no flaws. Could do no wrong. But the through line on their products is a very interesting one. It's definitely an art style and a cohesion at a surface level. With a thematic focus from title to title. If that makes a weird sense. I got them clogs. Tiny burbs. Home burb. Oh god, I am ravenous today. But yeah, the reason I wanted to talk about that at length is that it does mean a lot of pressure on you as a creative early on in video games. Or that you try and carry something from product to product. Or, sorry, I hate saying product to product, because if you're at, like, Damien level, initially you're just making things that either make you laugh, or things that you find entertaining, or that you find fun. You know, your audience is you. So it's then, what is the through line? Some people go for, like, thematics and ideas. You know, Kira is an individual that specializes in horror. So, oh, hang on. Oh, we get to choose where the stamps go. Cool. What about that? So what that means is that when you garner a reputation specifically for creating like horror type experiences, now we're gonna ask the cheeky monkey. That means that you can carry an audience from experience to experience. If you experiment in a genre, I mean, hell, if you can gain a through line for just being experimental, that works. The problem being, games take a long time to make. So, especially while starting out, like, creating the kind of project that you can start and finish in a couple months is ideal. Yeah, making an experience that lasts, like, 10 or 15 minutes max. So Alna says, Arson Games is one they worry about. Since AI War, they put out a bunch of experimental titles that always tried something different, and it worked until it didn't. Found their footing again with AI War 2, but missed their fresher stuff. Understandable. Infogrames is probably a really good case study of that as well, where they did so well with Uplink, and then they were experimental with a few other titles that didn't quite hit as hard. So there was like, God, what was it? There was Darwinia, which did okay, and especially being on the cusp of that OG Xbox Live, the Xbox Indie Arcade did all right. There was the follow-up, it was DEF CON, the game that everyone talked about and no one bought. And then they tried to go for like a big-scale heist game that never finished. Well, so, Fearless, this is the difference, like, the gap between Darwinia and Prison Architect. That is the story that is always worth talking about. Because in chasing the next big thing, in trying to go for this big experimental project, they very nearly sunk the company. They had to close the office. They had to fire everybody but the core founding members who were working from home and taking like extra gigs to keep themselves afloat. And then they hit Prison Architect. But the thing was, Prison Architect was a success, a lightning strike. Now, those individuals had contacts in the British games industry so they could get coverage of their Kickstarter, which went sky high. So it wasn't like their work put in previous titles didn't carry through. But there was nothing to carry through from game to game from these teams. Thing was, Uplink was amazing. The fact that they didn't consider like expanding or working on that was a misstep in my opinion. And it's nice that we now have games like Night Team 4 and things like that, but they hit upon something that people desperately wanted. And if you've ever played Uplink, it is a game that leaves you wanting more. The story, when you find it, is brilliant, and some of the late game missions are incredible. But then it just ends. And there's an incredible modding community that's been active for years, but it's just... The fact that there isn't another game between that and Night Team 4 that hit that beat is kind of fascinating. I guess Hackmud, sort of, but that's like EVE Online levels of nonsense. Type the command wrong and you did. No, seriously, a lot of people in Hackmud create programs that will rinse your stuff that are common misspellings of commands. Like, oh boy. Oh, wait, sorry. There we go. Okay. Let's just go to the next location so we can take some more pictures. So, and the reason why I want to talk about this is that I don't think that game creators should have to make the same game over and over again. It's not what I'm saying. But taking into consideration a carry-through, I think is important. Well, because when you gain a user base, when you gain a following, like, there's an expectations that users will have for the kind of games that you make that needs thinking about. I mean, I think we can all remember a time when some of our favorite games companies could do no wrong. Oh. Taking pictures of butterflies. Sorry, jumping back. If you want a really good case study of that, we can go back to BioWare. Like, BioWare built a company based on a specific kind of RPG with banter and emotional connections and a narrative that would usually reflect some aspects of player choice. And that's what they were able to build their entire operation on. Now, you know what? I'm gonna bring it back. I feel we've been mean to poor BioWare enough. There's definitely an alternate timeline where BioWare never took the EA deal, stayed small, kept doing weird, quirky little titles based on IPs, and, you know, we were already playing, like, you know, Knights of the Old Republic 4. I mean, if you do want to talk about user expectation and content, BioWare is a good example, though. If only for users specifically wanting something and then not getting it. But again, I don't want to turn this into a, like, being mean to being mean to devs kind of day, you know what I mean? Today is about cutie patootie creatures like this fucking snail. What's up, little buddy? You can do it! I believe in you! Okay, I'm saving that for the album. God, yeah. Now, was it BioWare that were doing what was going to be the Aliens RPG? Because I'm trying to remember if that was a fever dream that I imagined. Which is quite possible. I've not been in good mental health state. Forest burp. Yeah, like, God, I keep trying to think if I imagined that or not. Dynamic games. Lagmeister, I'm going to have to Google that one because I'm coming up blank, but that's probably just... Oh, lordy, lordy! It's dynamic software. That was why I was drawing blank. God. Oh, and Tenari Wow. What up, friend? Hello, hello. Just having a natter. You know what, Phyllis? I mean, it's, you know what? Nothing's off topic. This is our day to just hang out, chill, spend some time in this gorgeous video game and have a natter. Because Phyllis was pointing out something that's been a very successful business model currently, which is smaller studios filling the niche left by those big teams. And you're right, because Phyllis was pointing out Colossal Order making city skylines after Maxis just wasn't delivering on SimCity, which is very true. Like, the newest SimCity games have left people wanting, and they've not been to the caliber and quality that people have expected. You know, the always online stuff in the last SimCity rubbed people thoroughly up the wrong way. And Stardew Valley hit that point perfectly that people were missing from Harvest Moon. Like, Stardew Valley is Harvest Moon with all the little tweaks and changes that we wish that they'd added. And the fact that it's accessible as all heck, that you can play it on, you know, a fucking potato is brilliant. You got wet socks there, friend. We'll help you with your basic problem. Sock hunt, sock hunt. These socks have legs and these socks can run. Yep, you got a foam finger. Shit, yeah, I'll point. Sorry, what were we nattering about? Oh yes, just smaller studios being able to fill that specific niche. It's kind of cool. I was just trying to think of an example of a niche that's just very much being ignored. Although it does seem that right now we're hitting more on the technical niche rather than nostalgia. Hey! What are you doing up at this hour? Oh, you lovely Mother Hubbard. How you doing, mate? We were just talking about small development teams hitting the niche that bigger publishers or bigger studios don't. How are you? I did tell everybody to throw you a vote for the Game Maker Awards, but while you are here, it is a nice reminder that I can do it again! Alright. So, friends, if you've got a second, Heartbound is up for the Game Maker Awards, the game engine which Heartbound has been made on. And it's up for a Most Anticipated Video Game Award. Please, 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 jump on there, give it a vote. Yeah, Bumblequack, doing your part. I've done my part. Have you? Thor was saying a niche is being ignored. Traditional RPGs. What would you define as a traditional RPG? Mainly because I want to talk about it. I know what you mean, but I want to have a chat. But yeah, whilst nattering about that, we've just been kind of digesting a little bit of the sheer information overload that we've gotten from the last few days. It's been non-stop. Okay, RPGs with levels, with stats, progression, both character and story, menu-driven turn-based combat. Good times, good times. Although we were talking about Damien Crawford's work with the brilliant, and I quote, my older sister left the computer, so I got on and found myself trying to coordinate a raid in a game, and I don't play MMOs. Alright, let's just talk to this Roddy Bear. Whatever, Snizzy. Thank you. Well, capture the hotel's beauty. Have you heard about the monsters lurking around? Yes. Stinky, stinky monsters. But also, we do have to take a picture of the cat. That's just legal. Ah, yeah, but so Thor was saying, since Undertale, every game uses wildly different combat mechanics, which is cool, but does make Thor miss the old classic RPG days. I mean, I think the last time I encountered something like that I really, really enjoyed was the Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness, when the team that did Cthulhu Saves the World took over after the other company tried to articulate to... Yeah, I'm going to save this wonky-looking horse to the album. After the company that was originally making the Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness, they pivoted to their other product, Deathspank, which did not go according to plan. But yeah, the last two Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness games took traditional turn-based RPG mechanics and put them forward as a puzzle. Like, use this ability at this time, this item at this time. I mean, it did mean that you had to have quite a lot of games literacy, but... It was definitely the most interesting take I'd had for a while on the... on the space, you know what I mean? So Gearhead started playing Encased, which is more a Fallout-style RPG, but very old-school Fallout 1. I've seen that. Hell, I've been saving Wastelands 3 for a playthrough with Tobias for 1,000 years. I found a Twitter account today called like Interplay Aesthetics, which is just an account of screenshots of old Interplay games. And there's a part of me that really does miss the old school style of those titles. Sure as hell miss the feckin' freedom from like Fallout 1 and stuff like that. Hagmeister's asking if I've seen potato flowers in full bloom. That does not ring a bell, but I'm fascinated. I mean, the thing that I'm really hoping is that as it gets cheaper and cheaper to make games, we get more things that kind of start hitting those beats of, I don't want to say like the everything game, but a lot of the things kind of blended together. I feel like games like OG Fallout and Deus Ex and things like that started pushing towards this style of game where you could approach the situation and solve it how you think it needed to be solved. And that's definitely something that I want to see more of. Like, I still remember feeling like a fucking genius the first time I robbed a storekeeper in Fallout 2 by putting a packet bomb by his feet, setting the timer and running away, blowing him up and then handling his would-be guards. Oh, and Thor, abso-fucking-lutely. Sorry, Thor was saying that they're really looking for more relaxation games, stuff where you just own a farm, build a town, etc. Abso-heckin-lutely. God, I need to get prototyping. I keep doing that thing, Thor, where I pitch people the next project I want to start working on, and then life gives me no time to start like whiteboxing it out. Sorry, because I've been wanting to hit kind of like a session-based product with a focus on that. I feel that we're reaching this point now where, like, a power fantasy for me in a video game is being able to get enough sleep, having a lovely little cottage out somewhere. I love that idea. And so blending those things together is something that I'd love to do with more direct engage forms of mechanics, but that's another kettle of monkeys. I will say, Blumberquack, every time I go through the Wholesome Games Direct, it's interesting that the definition of wholesome is very curious. The idea that if it's got a cute aesthetic and visual style, it's considered wholesome, whereas games that can be very stressful to play but look cute get bundled in with the idea of it's wholesome. Like, Stardew Valley, for me, is not a relaxing game. It is a constant reminder that there are only so many hours in a day and that no matter how hard you try, you can't do everything. You know, it's an impotent reminder of the constant passage of time. Like, Grandad did not give us a relaxing farm in the countryside. He shackled us. He shackled us to the clock. Oh, way cool. Thor's saying that he's been thinking about doing their own take on Terraria after Heartbound. Also got an RPG in the wings too. Lovely. No, that sounds fucking cool. I have no skills that I can really offer to your operation, but apart from an approval and a big old thumbs up. And Bumberquack, I'm not saying that to be like a nitpicking jerk. If you want to make a wholesome game, fucking yeah! Woohoo! We got an achievement for waiting till the snail got the. Let's get like a little victory photo for him. Feck yeah, we're gonna replace the photo. You're a winner. No, it's I'm not being snooty about what is and is not considered wholesome. The thing that I find fascinating is how we often disassociate aesthetics with mechanics when talking about the video games. Thor, I've not had the chance to play Cult of the Lamb demo, but for a bunch of them, like, I've been lucky enough to be swamped with good games. So I'm waiting for full release on a few of those. Like, I still haven't had a chance to do Card Shark yet. It's a ladybug. Hello. Oh, okay. Thor was saying, I'm surprised at how much they didn't enjoy it. We did the math earlier today, and to... Something sounds weird. Oh, it's a cube of infinite darkness. To play through every Steam demo in Next Fest would take 17 days. That's for 20 minutes of demo with no sleep. Yeah. This is fine. Hello! You have to name this rock. It's a pet rock! What's up, buddy? The rock does need a name, friends. And it can't be Dwayne The Rock Johnson or Pebble. Lagmeister, you're right. It is a violation, but it will be allowed. But yeah, so Thor, I really, really want to show everybody Card Shark. But I've been playing a lot of really intense games recently, and Card Shark is phenomenal. The exact opposite of what you were requesting. It is a game that makes you learn a new weird mechanic every time. But I love how, rather than the... I love how every new element added has a logic to it, so you never feel like the game's just yelling new ideas at you every 1,000 seconds. Oh, Rocco's nice. Flint's good. Call him Slab. Slab, Rocco, and Flint sounds like an old Geodude Pokemon team. So I take it, Thor, that Cult of the Lamb's leaning very, very hard into the... Where are my words? I used to be able to say people words. It's a good time. It's leaning very, very hard into the roguelike elements. No, I do not want to be a scout. It's not like we need help or anything. You absolutely do. You little child. Wit. We're investigating a particular character and its activities. According to the witness, it looks something like this. The gasp. Get a photo of a shifty, suspicious character. I can do that. Apparently so, Fred. Apparently so. And how are you doing? But yeah, I think I just really enjoyed the logic of Card Shark. Little things like putting like a... I mean, they showed it in the demo and the trailer. It's like having a little silver snuff box on the table. And as you deal people cards, you hover them over and then throw them across. It also used that wonderful thing that I've talked a lot about with What Became of Edith Finch, where you have to do two things simultaneously, control-wise, to create the experience of difficulty. In Card Shark, early on, you have to pour people a glass of wine while looking at their cards. And once you've seen them, you then clean the table in a certain way to indicate to the other person what the cards are. But you can't spill the wine, because then people will get mad at you, and they'll leave the fucking table. So you've got to pay attention to how you're pouring the wine slowly, but also pay attention to their cards, remember it, and then gesture to the person. In other words, look at some ants. Thor, do you still have your I don't know what the correct term is. I want to say ant menagerie. Sure. If it's a time challenge, I'm not doing it. Any info on Cocoon? Which one was Cocoon? My poor gin-addled brain is not recalling it. I wasn't paying attention. New game for the save days is Inside and Limbo. Oh, the one where it's inside a giant dome. I will be curious to see how that one plays out. My initial gut reaction is a big old heaping of meh. But then again, Inside did a very, very good job of offsetting expectation with some really clever concepts. So, bees! So, I would be happy to be proven wrong, you know what I mean? Oh, shit. It's party time. Shake your swag. Have you heard about swag? Only the swaggiest can enter. Come back when you got swag. God damn it, Cool Bear. I'd be mad if you weren't so damn cool. Yeah, Bumblecrack hits the shades all the way. That bear knows what's up.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Neo Shadow, how are you doing, friend?
What ho? Can't catch streams as much, but hope you're doing well.
I am certainly doing. It's good to see you, and thank you for 43 months. Like, that's still chucking stuff in, still keeping this going, so thank you. It's alright, Alnis, we'll get into that club. We'll get into that club with the power of friendship. And this gun that I found. Sorry, one of the things that was shown off during the weekend was a little bit more footage of the Resident Evil 2 remake, which I'm kind of fascinated by because... sorry, the Resident Evil 4 remake, which I'm kind of fascinated by because, like, Resident Evil, like, love it or loathe it, it's a game series that's been a huge part of our collective
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Way!
All systems nominal.
Victory scree.
Indeed. And Jack, thank you for 90 months. How are you doing, friend? It's like all the cool indie devs are coming to hang out today. What the bloody hell was I talking about? Oh yes, so Resident Evil 4 remake. Got to see some footage of that yesterday. Shit, time's completely squiggly. And one of the things that I'm finding fascinating about that is how much they may or may not change the methodology with how you interact in the space. Like, Resident Evil's been a series for a long time that's been guilty of, like, systems that don't seem to apply to reality. And the remakes have been doing a very good job of addressing that. So, like, I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it was Resident Evil 1, where there's this rickety, rusty gate. And it's like, you can't open this gate because you don't have the garden key. And I look in my inventory and I'm like, cool. This is a grenade launcher that shoots acid rounds. I'm pretty sure I can make this door go bye-bye. No, you're not allowed to do that because that's not how the game works. I don't know. It's easy to snark at it. Resident Evil does come from the point-and-click environment that added more cohesive combat, which Alone in the Dark had tried to do and hadn't quite hit the hook. But it's interesting to see games like Resident Evil 4 Revisited. Compiling the most stressful time of the day. Sometimes I miss doing YouTube stuff, because rendering was always a great excuse to fuck off for a bit.
All systems nominal.
For the honor of the streamer.
And to you, Flip Watto, and welcome! Wouldn't call myself an honourable gentleman today. I did heckle Spider-Man drunk last night on TikTok. But no, again, Neo Shadow, Jack, Flip, all of you, thank you kindly. No, I was just saying to Thor, one of the things I do miss about doing like YouTube videos for work was basically rendering being like a free 40-minute break. I'm really sorry, I can't... Woo! Save the album shit, yeah. Of the old, I'm really sorry, I can't do that. I'm currently rendering. I can't do that. But yeah, so jumping back. So Resident Evil 4 Revisited would be a good name, so remake or remastered. Yes, we do need a better language for... Okay, we don't. When selling these games, they need a better naming convention. I'm still pissed at Doom 2016 being just called Doom. It's a brilliant game, deserves an iconic title. Anyway, it's really interesting because Resident Evil's often been on the cusp of weird design choices that end up influencing a larger portion of the AAA space. Resident Evil 4 was no exception, and is probably responsible for the, frankly, upsettingly large amount of third-person action, sort of horror games that were poured upon us during the GameCube era, and I guess to an extent beyond. That whole Resident Evil 4 format didn't really die out until the 360. I think, what was Shinji Mikami's one? The guy who had a talking skull gun called Johnson. There were a few very curious titles that took the Resident Evil 4 formula and kind of carried it forward. But anyway, 4 changed and shaped a lot of things, but it is by no means perfect. It was a step forward in video games. Sorry, I love Resident Evil as a franchise, and I could talk your ear off about it for 1,000 hours. But what we're getting with this new game is the same thematics, with a few similar mechanics, but overall, it is a from-the-ground rebuild. You know, if you've played the Resident Evil 2 remake, it is a remake in the truest sense. Like, story beats changed, gameplay changed, fully embracing what they're able to do with current technology. And definitely acknowledging the heart of what those projects were trying to do and leaning into that. Like, Resident Evil 2 is going for that full Romero, trapped in a city with zombies ideal. The Resident Evil 3, which was more the action movie follow-up. And on both of the remakes of those projects, they turn the elements up to 11. And I find that fascinating. So what is 4? What is 4 going to be doing? Are they going to keep Midget Napoleon? I'm hoping not. But you never know. And Bumberquack, I do not understand why the Call of Duty devs are naming their new game Modern Warfare 2. All I can think is that the attempt is to try and re-engage with consumers that haven't purchased a Call of Duty game in a while and create a situation where people just go ahead and do it. That would be my personal theory. Do you want to play some hide and seek? I said no. I see you. But yeah, no, Bumblecrack, that's the only thing I can think of is an attempt to hit an audience that was already that is engaged but lapsed, is why they're calling it Modern Warfare 2. I'm trying not to diss on people who are really looking forward to that title, but honestly, out of the press conference elements we saw, it looked like the blandest video game. The most expensive bland video game I've seen in a while. It looked like... It looked like the world's most expensive cheeseburger, you know what I mean? I got ghost glasses! All these ghosts are bugging me. Yeah, you can see ghosts if you wear them. Gotta warn you, they are highly demanding. These glasses are cool though. You ever had a disgruntled skeleton flip out their house and just give you some shades? Yeah, Bumblecrack, they redid the water physics. But the thing is, right now, we've got feckin'... I mean, Sea of Thieves is knocking it out the park by doing, like, server-hosted... Oh, we do look like we have swag now. Let's go find that. Let's go find that there again. I don't know, yeah, I know it's unfair to compare them, but, you know, Sea of Thieves is using the feckin' monstrous amount of Azure cloud compute to have really pretty, really effective water. It's kind of rad. Like, honest, all I remember is being yelled at by white guys and the water. Like, what's the plot of the new COD game? I don't fucking know. But, oh, there's people sure are bad, and we've got to stop the thing bomb missile. I just don't care. Jack, myself, Fiona, and a large proportion of the Longship do play a lot of Sea of Thieves, so if you need crewmates, we got you. It is a few weeks until the new captaincy update, where you can formally name your ship. I do have a photo. So Thor, you know you were saying about chill games? Here's a weird one. I personally feel that Sea of Thieves is a very chill game. And the reason being is that there's absolutely no unlockables. I mean, yes, being a pirate does also give you a leg up, or a peg leg up in that case. But here's the thing, and I'm sorry if we all know this, but it's my current obsession, video game-wise. And I've kind of come to call it board game design as a shorthand. And I know that's not really fair because board games are a complexity of all their own, but... Yeah, see Jack, I still got it. But games that require no complex leveling system, they do not require you to, you know, have chosen a character class and played for 100 hours, that you just turn it on and then go play with your friends. That feeling of taking the board game, plonking it down and going, right, let's get started. Where the knowledge of the experience still carries through. So there's definitely, you know, it's not the same fresh experience for everybody every time. But it's the requirement to join your friends is naut. And Saglin, you're right. Sea of Thieves is very chill until it's not. And when it's not in very weird ways, and I love it. But it's something that I've really come to seek out in games. I mean, I'm sorry you all had to hear me talk about this, what, was it last Saturday? No, the Saturday before when we did Sniper Elite 5. But I'm really starting to have a disdain for multiplayer experiences that require, you know, complex leveling systems and prestige elements and playing for, you know, for 10, sometimes hundreds of hours just to be able to hang out with your friends. I'm so done with that. You know, Sea of Thieves is fucking brilliant because all we would need to do to play is just get everybody together, hop on a boat, jobs are good. That's it. There's certainly but there's certainly things that you can learn about the world and you can get better at a lot of stuff. But ultimately, all that you're unlocking is cosmetics. It's your pirate representation in that little world. It's discovering mysteries, going on stories and adventures. When it comes to combat and battles, it really is like skill and knowledge that puts you up against the other people. But also, if you can think in terms of the world, you can avoid conflict. Like, I know most of you saw it, but the time where we did a feckin' handbrake turn in a galleon, thread the needle through some rocks to flip the ship around to put us in the path of the wind so that we could just catch the sails and just feck off at high speed was so good. Oh, Sailing was bailing, steering, repairing and loading cannons on a solo ship attacked by skellies. Certainly not chill. But I also think that you can have that kind of experience without it being a casual one. You'll know that I love GTFO. That game is intense. Like, if you sneeze in the wrong place, it's goodbye, good night, game over. But again, there's no unlockables. There's no character classes. You don't have to level a whole bunch to get the big super shooty gun. God, it's like every time I try and tell people about Payday, love it. Played so much of it. If you start playing right now, either I'm just going to wreck things for you, or you're going to be basically like take your kid to work day. I am a vomitous special trooper murderer. You know, I put a big bullet in a tank's face and he goes bye-bye. But for us to play together, I either have to hobble my character or you just have to let me do everything and kind of sit around while we make cash. And that's... it's less fun. Now, Thor's saying they love progression. They love number go up. I'm a sucker for it too. Currently, I don't get the time to play it anymore, but I still love Ark Knights. That's been my go-to one for Mobley. Really love Vampire Survivors and stuff like that. Also, I finally caught up with the new content of Vampire Survivors. Holy shit. When did that game become a game? So Flip makes a very good point. GTA Online is a very good example, at least for me, of a project that I feel the progression gets in the way. GTA Online has a lot of dumb, silly, fun things you can do. But if you were to stop playing it now, the only thing that's going to happen is your friends are going to be hard carrying you until it's time. Well, I mean, Thor, I'm sure everybody's talked your ear off about Vampire Survivors. And definitely because Vampire Survivors, the kind of the reverse bullet hell number goes up isms of it are done very well. I mean, at the moment, I'm still finishing up Hades, which does such a wonderful job of taking that reset of progression mechanically and using it thematically. I made the mistake of finding out what the ending to The Binding of Isaac is, and it killed all my wants to play that game. Oh, so Thor, I've also been playing Magic Survival. And that one is thoroughly fascinating. Oh, socks and a cup. Alright, there's the socks. I know where they are. Oh. We've got a pair of wet socks. But no, sorry, so Thor, yeah, I've been playing Magic Survival. It's kind of fascinating. There's also been a lot of titles that are attempting to hit that same kind of beat, which is fascinating. Ah, free sock. Equip clothing. Sure. Oh no, we're gonna go talk to the bear because now we've got sweet drip. But yeah, so sorry, Thor, like jumping back. I've been really enjoying those kind of like board game style experiences recently. And I think it's just because my life's pretty chaotic. God, there was one game that was really folding in a bunch of idle game mechanics that I was really enjoying, but my feckin' brain is just not pulling it up from the ether.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh, Valasur! Thank you for 44 months at peak tier 3, you feckin' legend. Oh, and Flip, I mean, lovely to chat with you. Thank you for popping in. I thoroughly enjoy these conversations. Yeah, so Alness, I will say I do agree with you. And this isn't a diss on Warframe, but I'm definitely of the... I probably won't go back to it for a while, because for me, there's two things that happen every time I go back to Warframe. It's one, people try and explain the game to me when it comes to very basic mechanics, and that grinds my teeth into a powder, because apparently having an Excalibur Prime frame is no longer the, oh, you know what you're doing. But then when I try and ask people about new mechanics, they're like, whatever. I find it very difficult to find where I am in terms of progression to then find people to experience that stuff with. Yeah, swag's a point, because we've got shades. It was about 5 minutes after Grandma sent us out on our journey to take a beautiful photo that we got high as balls at a teddy bear rave hosted by a moose. Yeah, so Jack, we've got so many people who are just loving Sea of Thieves right now. Plus, on Friday through to, I think, Tuesday, they're doing a Get More Gold event. So now is the time to get paid. Anna says, wow, this is less embarrassing than the last time I went to a bear rave. Yeah. And exactly the same amount of people not wearing pants. and caffeine. What ho, friend? Hello, hello. Yeah, I didn't expect Sea of Thieves was going to be a game that we all got into. Oh, darn it! I missed fireworks! Alright, hopefully there'll be some more. Ready for these teddy bears to keep raving out. The teddy bears picnic packs the good tea, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah! DJ Moose! Speed is tight. And please, friends, don't think that I was like dissing on Warframe by any means. I still don't know how best to recommend people play games like Warframe now, like Payday 2. Because it's almost like, instead of extensive tutorials, we need like almost like a constructed story mode for games like that. Because, friends, I don't know if you have booted up Payday 2 and tried to show someone the new user experience, but it's fucking awful. There's so much information that's thrown at a new user immediately. It is overwhelming and fucking confusing. I still remember trying to explain it to somebody and taking them through like the weapon customization and how you get parts, and just watching their eyes just grow wider with like a horrified confusion. Like, Warframe is a little kinder in terms of how it folds out its planet, but like, I almost wonder if games like that should be treated like a D&D campaign. Do you know what I mean? Like, that you should find a group of people who've never played it and get into it together. Like, chart that journey as you would like an ongoing campaign. Well, so Plumbercrack, I mean, you know the answer to this. It's not that anyone sets out to make so much, it's that they have a game, the game is successful, and then that allows them to add things. But because of the success of the title, they have to add them in a certain way that fits into the construction of that game, which is usually like additional mechanics. You know, it's much harder to pull things out of a game than it is to add them. So that means that new features that keep users engaged and may bring in new users are kind of stacked on top of each other, resulting in this Jenga tower of creative elements. So like, picking on Payday 2 for a little bit, so when the game started, items were random drops that you then had to use your money to manufacture and construct. It was a very slow process. And it took a lot of RNG to get pieces that you wanted. So over time, they started adding more mechanics, like a flip the cards game that would allow you to, a flip the cards game that you could play outside of the end of missions that would give you the chance to get things that you were aiming for, but that cost large amounts of money. Then they added the John Wick update, which added a new currency, which were the not concierge coins, the hotel coins, I forget the name of it, and those could be used to buy specific items, but those were like end game loot grab elements, which then kind of took cash out of the equation, except when manufacturing those additional parts for your weapons. I live in fear if World of Warcraft ever adds, region transfer, and I have to return to it. Yes, this is our universal currency. Yes, but would you like our elite currency? Okay, I tell you what, friends. We're coming up on 3 hours. I am ravenous, so I'm just gonna go and make myself like a quick snack or something. I'm gonna leave you with the teddy bear rave because I think this is the coolest place to hang out, and then we'll keep having a natter and a deconstruct of this. Like, I know it's weird to be talking about these huge games of service products whilst we're playing a BAFTA award-winning black and white game about an adorable cutie patootie taking photos and stuff. But that feels very us, you know? And I'll try and think of some other games of service titles that have done interesting things in that space. But I am so hungry, so I'll be back in just a second, friends. Don't he go anywhere? I come on back and you're having a massive guinea pig rave. What? I'm not gonna leave you all in a boring part of town. Okay. Here's a complete conversational handbrake
Enter
turn.
online. Sensor online.
Hookshot!
Online. All systems nominal.
23 months. I feel like we're really starting to get to know one another.
I mean, I'm wearing your merch. That's how you know you're connecting with someone, is when they wear your clothes. How are you doing, Brent? How goes it? Yeah, we've just been playing TOEM, talking about... Well, before I took a break, we were talking about games that have, like, systems atop systems atop systems, because being, like, multiplayer games as service models, there's just so much features stacked on top of each other. Much like my sandwich! But yeah, how are you doing? No, I was gonna take the conversation in a strange direction, because I had a comic suggested to me yesterday, that I'm really, really fascinated by, and it's called 8 Billion Genies. And the comic premise is this: every person on Earth is given a genie and one wish. Go. And I just love that premise. I also feel as, I don't know if feature creep's necessarily the right term, because as we know, feature creep is during production, when creation of a game, features start creeping in and bulking out the product. With games as service games, they launch, they are successful, and then content gets added atop. Yeah, me? Strange conversation direction? Never! Gotta try not to wear this sandwich on my face. Quark says their merch is stickers and Velcro patches. Well, Alnus, we both know Faroon can handle his devil's lettuce. That does make me laugh. Yeah, me? Taking the conversation in a strange direction? Never! I will say, it's one of the things that the indie comics world does very well, is thinking about the pitch in such a simple manner as, here's the concept and go. Alright, the sandwich has already started to fall apart. So please forgive me as I make a complete mess of myself. And I think Hookshot, Hookshot was saying they want to do sticker packs with people. Considering how cute your game is as well, they'd really fit thematically. Alice just says, this is the content we crave. Much like I crave lunch. On the random conversation train, let me see if I can get you the link, just in case you haven't seen it. There is an incredible, I mean genuinely incredible piece of Twitter nonsense that a friend showed me yesterday, and it sparked joy. Let me see if this works. Okay. So, friends, an individual on Twitter, the bird website full of hell, someone took every character, to my knowledge, or every character that matters, in the Final Fantasy franchise, and gave a comprehensive analysis of which, and I quote, Final Fantasy characters have fucked. If you need a chortle, if you need a reminder that sometimes the bird website does make good things happen, buckle up, friends, because you're in for a treat. Oh, and Aldous, I will absolutely accept stickers. Shiny stickers are still the top tier. It's like my tiny brain has never managed to get out of that child loop of shiny sticker means best. Oh, and Fearless. I don't know if you've read it as well. I only saw it yesterday. I know it got posted on like the 10th, but like, it's such a joy. I remember that day we started talking about like online video games of service feature bloat, whilst I stuffed a sandwich in my face at a teddy bear's rave. And Crux, please don't feel that you have to send anything. I was absolutely not fishing. You lot literally throw in bits of money to keep me alive. I'm just a sucker for stickers. And now, when I do well, I have actual dinosaur stickers with which to reward myself. Okay, I think that's enough bear rave for us. Rave bears can be a bad influence. I've already confirmed your swag. Sorry, French, I did not realise how hungry I was. Striped shrooms, they're right effect there. Idiot child. Oh, no, thank you all for bearing with me. Like I said, I did not realise how fucking ravenously hungry I was until I started doing an absolute damage to that sandwich. Alright, see if we got enough of the giant cicadas to move this. Alright, so we're missing one. Alright. Gotta look out for them grumpy cicadas. Oh. Oh. The grumpy bug out this way. Now, we already got this grumpy bug, so there's one more out and about. Okay. Sorry. We need to find 3 grumpy bugs to lift the log to get started. Is there one down this way? So Andorf was saying, it'd be an interesting mechanic if in the game you switch between different characters, travel around the map, interacting in different ways with different people. Very yes. However, one needs to make sure that you're not stacking too much revisiting on the player, because while it had some questionable stuff in it, I genuinely enjoyed the weirdness of the Y2K postmodern RPG. The thing that killed it for me was when traversing the area, the different characters had different dialogue points and different items to use on the world to traverse, and just ended up... I did find out who you were. My lovely horse. So many stamps. And 7 stamps gets us a bus ride. Wonky looking ghosts. Oh. Sorry, Andorf, I didn't mean to poo-poo the idea. It's an interesting one. The thing that I'm finding so fascinating about this, even still haven't had a crack at this before, is the internal environments being very, very simplistic, except for there's more to them than meets the eye. You just have to like actually engage with it via the camera. Kind of creates this world where you only really see it properly through the photographer's lens. Alright, Ghost Helper. Alright, so where's this final bug? I'm sure I saw it. Wait, if I saw it, I probably fucking took a picture of it, didn't I? Oh, I'm being a big dingleberry. Alright. Oh, it's inside the hotel. There we go. I'm going to play again, huh? You're not good at this, Ghost. Alright, last but by no means least. Wait, he's what the... You heckin' bad word! So we find out there's a rock under every pot. And of course I've taken selfies. You know me. I'm a fucking disaster when it comes to taking selfies. Taking selfies and disturbing bugs. Oh. Sorry, as soon as I inhaled that sandwich, my brain's like, hey, I know you wanted to say clever and interesting things about the medium by which we observe things in video games as a methodology of storytelling, but now your brain is meat, cheese, and sauce. with more than a generous helping of salad. Oh, excuse me. No, sorry. I'm joking about failing at stuff and then failing at it in real time. It's just... What's fascinating about this game is that it shows us things in a very simple, plain, clear manner, which is obvious for everyone to see until you pick up the camera. It very much gets us in this mindset of, you know, seeing the world through a photographer's eyes. The Umurangi generation got us to look at the world in detail. Yes, the camera was a form of expression, but the main goal of Umurangi was to get us to focus on what was really happening, like beneath the surface, to really understand the world. And the creepy, cute Pokemon Snap game was more just a, doesn't this place look spooky and weird? Let's make it spookier and weirder. Whereas this is very much about getting us to see how you can look at the world through a different medium. I don't know. I'm sure we've all heard kind of like the old adage of not taking selfies with everything, not taking photos of everything, you know, to try and live in the moment. And I'm sure we've all seen the XKCD comic about how stopping to record something can often be a great way to solidify it in your mind. You know, to stop, breathe, and see everything as a whole through the medium of a single photo. Even if you never click the shutter, it can be a great way to stop and soak it in. And I think this game captures that experience so perfectly. Anyway, here's a goose chef with one leg being weird. Yeah, we just talked them back into returning to... returning to their... See, the interesting thing being here is that we can't see anything beyond the immediate until we take a moment, bring out the camera, and then suddenly we have this huge, gorgeous view of this environment. Burps. I don't know, it just... I've probably talked your ear off about this multiple time, friends, but these days I find myself... When people ask me what I think of their concepts or their ideas when they're doing like pre-production of games and stuff, I just find myself asking, who are you in this world? Who is the player, the user, call them what you will? Who are we? How do we see this world? Like, are we this cutie patootie little weirdo with a foam finger and sunglasses? Are we controlling them? Where's the connect? I don't mean the flail around Peter Molyneux's end of career connect. I mean, where's the connection between us and this world? You know, are we experiencing this character's story, or are they the vehicle through which we see this world? And I think as soon as you pull out the camera in this, it becomes obvious, you know? Like I said, not every game needs to have that. The great thing about video games as a medium is that you can just make it fun and loud and ridiculous. You know, I've mentioned Vampire Survivors like 8 times today. Oh, and the hotel is open for business. Go get some grub. Oh, I hadn't already eaten yet. I'm still hungry. We did get a good photo of the hotel. Woohoo! I have no cohesion with the pattern of my stamps. Hey, where's my smiling rock? What am I looking at here? Hell yes, I want to replace the picture with whatever this nonsense is. Jamal Green and the Grand Squirrel Hotel. My favourite Wes Anderson movie. Roasted acorn, anyone? Very strange. Red birding, what ho friend? Hello, hello. We'll head to our next location. I guess I'm at the half-finishing sentences phase of today's adventure. A continued point of our usual banterific nonsense. Right, so we did here. We're going to Stanham. Let's go to Stanham. But no, games don't need to be from a perspective. They don't have to be trying to convey a story beyond... I see you there, you shit. They don't have to do anything beyond create an environment or an experience. You know, Vampire Survivors is no more or less valid as a video game because it doesn't have like an arcing narrative and cutscenes. Though again, if you've not been playing... Oh, it's a little Dunko swim. If you've not been playing current content on Vampire Survivors, it is definitely becoming a full-on game. Yeah, games are sometimes a journey, and sometimes they're just something designed to scratch that, I don't know, that intellectual itch. You know what I mean? Something to while away the arrows. Feck it, I'm taking all your arrows. To while away the hours, or to present us with a mechanical challenge that we might feel that sense of accomplishment. I've had to stop playing a bit of Sniper Elite because it's been making the back of my hand hurt real bad, which console games have not. Sorry, games with a gamepad have not. But, you know, that is a game I do not care about the story. Honestly, Blando Calrissian, or was it the Blandalorian as I've been calling him, I mean, I couldn't give a hot heck about his motivations or otherwise. But for me, it's, you know, can I complete these whilst popping Nazi skulls from across the map, you know? Yeah, you know what, Mechanoel, that's a much more eloquent way of putting it. Mechanoel was saying that games allow us to experience unique things. Sometimes that thing is a compelling narrative about the last people on Earth, playing golf. Sometimes it's a compelling puzzle or a challenge. Sometimes popping heads without feeling bad about it. And also, hello. I mean, as a fellow Giant Robot fan, I mean, Giant Robot games are all about that experience. You know, that feeling of, you know, not just empowerment, but of, I don't know, support? I don't know, I've been thinking about Giant Robot stuff a lot recently, and I keep making videos about it and then deleting them, because it seems so self-aggrandizing. I've been talking a lot about the, Here we go! Getting a fucking selfie with a seagull and a creepy guy underneath us. I mean, like I said, Red Burning Dragon, when you've killed a Nazi with another Nazi's shattered crotch region, that is when you have attained true sniper elite. Sadlin was adding that Warframe's movement and shooting, the feel of that are the parts of the game that matter to them. They haven't played in a bit, and understand people's complaints, but all they want to do when they play is run around, parkour, robot, ninja, shoot stuff. Yes! I wonder if that's why I've been finding it so hard to play catch-up, is because every time I restart Warframe, I'm so far behind the curve that I'm racing against the other people to be able to do the shoot gun stab bits. And maybe I need to just be focusing on playing it solo. Mechanoel says that their favourite Mobley game at the moment is they have a digital garden. That's cute. Which one is that, if you don't mind my asking? Because I definitely played the... God, I'm trying to remember now. It was 1,000 years ago. The one where you just have a garden for your cats, and you buy cat food, and then other local cats come and visit. And that's it, you just take pictures of the cats, they come and hang out. That's it, that's the game. I still think it's worth asking who is the player in this world, because sometimes that question can improve these experiences. Warframe is very aware of who you are. Like, and your ninja can be this vomitous neon expression of yourself. Like, the color palettes and things they give you to play with are fucking great! Whereas, I'm sorry friends, I keep picking on Sniper Elite. You know how it is when you've got one game you're playing a lot in your downtime and it starts to, wouldn't say dominate, but it starts to be a big point of your focus. Sniper Elite doesn't give care to who we are, and I think it suffers from that. It tries to tell a traditional story without really thinking about what we do and who we are. Our character doesn't need to speak. Honestly, the Sniper Elite series just needed to have, like, choose your character, go shoot Nazis. What's my motivation here? Nazis are bad. They're building a super weapon. Cool, great. That's all I need. Loads rifle. You know? Oh, well, Mechanoel, it's no worry. It's no worry. Mechanoel says they don't remember the name of the game and their phone's currently dead. And Andorf, and we're definitely excited for Stray. God, and Stray's such a beautiful concept. It's a weird thing to say, but in video games we are very familiar with, you know, the cyberpunk dystopia. A city run by robots, it's not a common thematic, but it is one that we know very well. Sorry, I'll stop being lazy. I'll trundle around. But to experience that whole thing from the perspective of... Kitty! Imperios, welcome back. Yep, you know what? You made it into an emote. I feel both blessed and cursed to witness it. Ah, yes. Swans. Geese with privilege. Oh, not just a swan, a Sunday swan. But yeah, one of the things that's been really interesting is seeing what people have been creating with the new Saints Row Games character creator. And it's not the outlandish that's been fascinating. It's people that have been able to create themselves and then some. In terms of expression, it seems like that game is going to be on point. I'm trying to think of a polite way to phrase it. But how can I phrase it without seeming either like crass or insensitive? Both your character's bust and bulge are two sliders that are separate from one another, so far as I understand. Oh, now Phyllis, the invasion mechanic, it's also, I mean, I've talked to it about length, but that one is definitely doing a great job thematically of creating that point-counterpoint. I've had people invade and have invaded people for matches that have gone on for like over an hour, stalking each other, like laying traps, trying to do like fake outs and changing tactics and things like that. It's fucking fun. But again, I think that you were initially put forward as playing as, you know, as character... I'm going to keep calling him the Blandalorian. It's because you're playing as the Blando, it's like... I think it's an environment where self-expression of character would really help. Like, thinking about who are we in this space? Because... I think that when people come to that experience, what they're after is... No offense, mate, but your mam's literally left you on this side. She's making a break for it. And I'm trying to think of some other games that would really benefit from that, like that stop and that breath. I mean, in fairness, Zalavir is the one who's been talking about it, so it's not like it's my thoughts personally. But the difference between, like, Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, mostly from the perspective of, like, who are you in this world? Oh, look at his little happy frog. Little happy beach frog. What's up, buddy? Oh, sorry, beach toad. My apologies. Superbot, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. The differentiation between Doom and Doom Eternal really does feel like a big question of who are you in this space? And heck, I guess the discovery of who you are is a great big part of Doom 2016's appeal. And it's not that you find out that you're secretly the third cousin twice removed, you know, brothers, mothers, I don't know. Why? Seagull. You know, there isn't some grand reveal that all along you were, you know, baby Diablo. No. The reveal throughout Doom 2016 is that you are the thing that they're afraid of. You know, you're the monster. You are the Doomslayer. You are the thing that little baby demons get told about so they don't feckin' piss around. Like, and Doom Eternal, by starting with that knowledge, changes who you are so drastically in the space. I almost think Doom Eternal goes too hard on it. Like, the idea that you are part of an order of, like, super shotgun-wielding anti-demon knights, it always felt like it kind of detracted a little bit from that wonderful reveal. And Dustin, what ho, friend? I saw what you tried to do. If you think I don't have Shark Week blocked, what do you take me for? Alright. We'll take it as requested. Climb on the stand. Take a selfie. yes. Crab Lord of Crab Mountain. God, it's one of those games where I can just happily just sit around and chat with you all. I don't know. Sorry, friends. I don't mean to get so into the weeds about, you know, who is my character? What is my motivation? You know, I sound like the fucking world's cheesiest theatre actor. Like, it's entirely fine to make Unreal Tournament. What's happening? It's a deathmatch. Where is it happening? Wherever the fuck we want. It happens in space, on a spaceship, in World War II Normandy, in a medieval castle, in an alien pyramid temple in the Thousand Past. Cool. Whatever. Who are you playing as? Doesn't matter. Like, it's entirely okay to create those experiences. But the reason why I think about them so much is that sunbathing here for 20 years. That's not good. Why are you not crispy? Got an idea. See if it notices we're here. Sorry, I recently watched the no-clip documentary on Facing Two Worlds, which is a beloved map that, honestly, as soon as I start hearing the song for it, it sends me back in time. But it's not a good map. It's a lovable map. It's not a good map. But it's also the ridiculousness of Unreal Tournaments, like, whatever goes. If it's fun, put it in. And you know, that's entirely fine. Gulls. Gulls, please. I think this thing keeps popping its face out of the water when we're over here, and then hiding when we come round. If we can hide behind this, we can. Here we go. It's just a big waggly friend. Okay, sorry. Aperios was saying they're trying out the boss factory in Saints Row, and the modesty options are fantastic. I was trying to find polite ways to talk about it, but I'm very happy that it's a thing that exists, you know what I mean? Oh, the horror! What shall I do? Ask somebody else, mate. Oh. Okay, these seagulls are starting to get feckin' sinister now. The other photo is nicer, but I'm definitely keeping that one. Yep, Dustin, you have been shark blocked. Ha ha! You're on your own, buddy! The Lighthouse 2019. No! Apparently, says, so questions they got here late. What is the objective, or is it a pretty open experience? So, the base goal is to take a photo of the TOEM, which is a fictional creature on top of a grand high mountain. The way we progress through the world is completing these little photography challenges. There's a bunch in each area, but you'll need to do so many to progress. Once you get your card stamped X amount of times... Hang on, let me bring it up. So this is my community card. I have no stamps here. But if I get 8 stamps, that means that I can catch a bus to the next area and continue. But there's a lot of... there's a load of random silly little challenges to find and unfurl. Find kingfish. But yeah, some of the photography challenges involve you heading off to other areas, unlocking things, returning with photographic evidence of great monsters. But I'm just enjoying our little like seaside holiday right now. I guess we should talk to this shitty bloke. I have taken your photo, sir, and I will do it again. Dustin says, TLDR, Pokemon Snap X a short hike? Not really. The goal isn't, you know, photograph all of the animals, which we have played in a few interesting titles. This one's more solve everyday problems, or I should say, surreal everyday problems, through the medium of photography while exploring this wonderful cutie patootie world. Like, there's none of the on rails of Pokemon Snap. There's none of the get in and it's gone. It's more, yeah, puzzle solving. It's like the last one with that faux Loch Ness monster. What we had to do was set up the camera remotely and then take a photo while hiding, so it would pop up and be like, "Oh hi, what's up?" Then we could snap a picture. But if we want to, we can just take a little picture of this little wonky frog. Little silly frog. Look at his little face. Got little chubby cheeks. Heck yeah, I'm gonna say that's the album. God, I'm trying to remember the name of the game we played where we were heading through it was an island that no one had ever seen before. And we had to document all the special wildlife there, so as that the island would be saved. I can't remember the name of it now. Or we can just have our own little beach party here. That's quite cool. I don't think. Hang on, let me just quickly check to make sure nothing's unfurled. Video game news has been nice and quiet today, so I realised I hadn't checked it while I was making Asani. I constantly live in fear that whilst we're having a natter, like the games industry ends up unravelling when we're not looking. Okie dokie lokies. Seem to be okay. definitely something to this rock. Oh, yes, we're going to go help out Chaos Guy. Alright. So we return to the lighthouse. Quickly! Up the ladder! No. Gonna steal your Christmas presents! So Mecha says that they're currently struggling with issues around autonomy and expression and burnout. Through this time, the experience the game provides me has been an amazing tool with dealing with these challenges and frustrations as a professional has failed them. Both tabletop and video games and the communities they've found through are a godsend. Hey, I mean, if I can help even a teeny tiny modicum, then I'm real happy. That's a big otter. Can sit on your bed. But no, I can definitely understand that. I mean, currently we're staring down a bumper crop of a release week. That's bad. That's exceedingly bad. It looks extremely bad. Where should I honk? I don't know. But yeah, sorry, Mechanoel. Apologies for careening around all over the place. Post-sandwich and all that. Plus my chair is falling apart. But yeah, we're absolutely looking at a bumper crop of a week. We've got Neon White on Thursday, new Turtles game. I guess while everyone is definitely Sea of Thieves abuzz right now, we've got a little bit of time before that all kicks off proper. But oh boy, that's going to be happening. Oh, hey, Mechanoel, it's the least I can do, like I said. If I can even be vaguely helpful. Big honk incoming! Fire the honk! Whee! And Delzet, what ho friend? Hello, hello. This game is adorable and cute and fun and very silly and definitely the kind of thing I think we needed today. How's it going with your good self? I keep kind of careening between different conversation topics in a post big sandwich world. Oh, not actually boats, just rocks that look like boats. Trying to get me there with the old... the old cheeky fake out. Make me waste my big honks. Bam! Got a stamp. I can now honk. I take one more step to become an untitled goose. These binoculars were there all along. God darn it.
I can't be the only one disappointed a bit that the big honk doesn't sound like a kaiju goose, right?
You know what? I wholeheartedly agree. Also,
Kitty!
like, it should sound like Godzilla doing an impression of Untitled Goose Game. And Bacon, thank you for the 200, friend. You're right, Andorf. I shouldn't have this power. And yet, get honked on! Yeah. Fucking seagulls. Feck your song. Protect your camera from bad weather. Remove weather effects from your camera. Well, that's handy.
Kitty!
Alright, listen, Guitar Wizard. There's a big fish out there. Working on a cool tune. Oh, I'm missing something. No, it'd be a nice melody. That would be nice. If only the whistling person and the melody person could hang out. But however will they meet? It's time to get honking. Run. Ah! Yup, that picture is way better. It's one of those games where I don't know if we're looking at a sentient ice cream. Or if we're looking at a giant ice cream that someone has put shades on. Alright. That's right, we'll honk our way to victory. Just a little frog. Wake up! I'm the pirate queen, the smiling pirates! I was, till I lost my captaincy. It's locked in a chest at the bottom of the ocean. Here's the key. Cool. Okay. Sorry, you know what? I'm just going to use my powers to talk about video games that I want to. So, Sea of Thieves. We've talked. Okay, we've had some arty conversations. We've talked about some good stuff. Now I just want to geek out. So, Sea of Thieves is adding captain as an official role, including like special captain-only voyages, customizing your quarters, adding a whole bunch of cool stuff, and apparently different paths or different tracks, which I'm going to be interested to see how those shape out. It's interesting just to see how much that game is evolving and how much it's fleshed out. Frames and filters. It's a fisheye lens, incredibly bulbous. Dramatic photo. I mean, that's the problem, Bacon, is that there are a buttload of different shark affects, and I'm not the captain, and I don't get to decide what's on there. Okay, so there are 4 regions. Each has 4 challenge photos. Alright. That should be fascinating. Sorry, let's bust out some honking. Yep. God. I mean, bacon, at some point, I've got to deliver cooked shark meat. Which I'm not looking forward to. Okay, that's actually a really good picture. So, wobbly wobbly ghost. I'm waiting for my Supreme Deluxe sandwich for an eternity! I ate that guy's sandwich. Sir, I just need to inform you, your sandwich was delicious. I will not be returning it at this time. Alright, whatever these psychopathic jelly babies are. Equip it. No, I will not.
So, you're saying you get to meet a shark?
And a beast, why? Thank you for the 200. Okay, sorry. One of the things that I have been indulging, because I've been real studious about not playing Sea of Thieves without you lot, just in case something wonderful or fun happens. I wouldn't want you all to miss it, you know? What do we do to... but one of the things I have been indulging is some of the fishing. And aside from catching a stormfish in a storm that passed over my little fishing spot, there hasn't really been anything like super duper bombastic that I found. Oh no, I went that way. I'm getting very lost already. But I'm getting to the point now where I need to deliver one of every kind of cooked meat, which includes megalodon and kraken and shark. To say I'm not looking forward to it would be a hell of an understatement. Get out of here. Kind of, not gonna lie, very disturbed by the strange chanting of the seagull sandwich things. Give him the bloody Sonic. The Supreme Deluxe sandwich, I'm finally at peace! And failing to hold a conversation! Alright, let's see if we can get the whistling person and the guitar wizard to hang out. But no, I'm genuinely excited for the Sea of Thieves stuff that's coming. And it's nice being really into a title where I can get keen about like updates and stuff. Oh, and Thor, the art style of this game is gorgeous. I'm pretty sure I showed you when you were back here, but like all the either the walls when they're oh, he cries in. He cries in tune, so we need to go give a photo of the tune to the person who's trying to play a song. This game's amazing! Sorry, the thing I was trying to say, Thor, is that the skybox is only visible when you're in camera mode. along with some additional details. Or if you're indoors, you can only see the walls if you're looking through the camera. And it does such a great job of making it feel like... Out of the way, dickholes! Seagulls, sorry. I didn't realise I was so against... I didn't realise I was so vehemently against seagulls. I guess we go talk to the whistling person. But just like this game's overall vibe and a focus on kind of like whimsical problem solving, it's just hard not to love it. No one likes you, Tim Tim. I do. Got the fisherman's whistle. Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to hijack a boat, which frankly is... I'm very happy by the fact that we can just scream at swans. Look at that happy fish. No, Phyllis, you're thinking of the fisherman's friend. You're thinking of the fisherman's friend. Vanderbeest, did I say thank you for filling the pint glass? I hope I did. God, what did I put in that sandwich? I had like one thing that vaguely resembled lunch. Now I seem to be a completely incoherent idiot. Saved album, heck yeah! I just gotta... Oh! Achievement complete. A sparkling jump. Lovely. And Deus, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! But a happy little frog. He's doing happy little frog things. Get out of here. Seagulls. Only a true video game gives us this many honk options. Oh, and Agananiki, that goose most certainly has a title. Lord High Grand will fuck up your day. Right, let's see if... Agananiki was also adding that glad that the non-Pokemon picture games have been taking off. It's such a fun mechanic that can be used in so many ways. Yes! Well, I mean, and sorry to those of you who have been here for the last couple of hours. I was talking everybody's ear off earlier about how this is so drastically different from, like, Umurangi Generation and whatever that spooky cute game was where we kind of did the Pokemon Snap style ride-on tours. Because, oh boy. I will say though, Umurangi Generation is still one of the most poignant games that I have played in recent memory. And I won't go into details because it is both gory and very, very heavy. But Currently, the new season of The Boys is playing, and it is pulling no punches in terms of its commentary on current events and... Oh, God. I don't even know where to start. Politely unpacking it. Definitely don't watch if you're feeling a little down. What I will say, from having now watched a fair wedge of it, is that I can't think of many other games that have been quite as poignant. And I think it does have a lot to do with how long games take to make, you know what I mean? Like, to make a video game can take anywhere from a year to 5 years. And that's like full-time development. That doesn't even count like making games in your spare time or trying to hold down a job, which is a huge undertaking. And so it means that anything that comments on current events, like societally or otherwise, it's very possible that those elements have come and gone in the time it takes to discuss them. Aha! Solving problems. So it's really difficult to address current events through video game mediums because of just the sheer amount of time to produce. So that's why it's so amazing, like, the Morangi generation managed to hit so many nails spot on, and then the DLC was just laser focused. I think that's where you kind of have to go for the disambiguation to talk about a snapshot in time, rather than use video games as a reactionary art form. I don't have a fully formed thought on this. It's just, again, if you haven't seen the new season of The Boys, oh boy, it does not fuck around. It's absolutely not taking its time. Sorry, jumping back. Agananiki says, if anyone ever dares to try do anything like Star Wars Galaxy again, I'm really hoping that photographer is a profession there. Imagine crawling around an MMO in the shadows, taking pictures of raid bosses, or trying to avoid getting pulled into combat. Yeah, I think that the fashion, styling, and manner of photography that you can do in Final Fantasy XIV has definitely helped solidify its community. Guy's literally just sitting there cooking. It wasn't intentional, Agananiki, but I'm proud of it. What's the deal with ice cream? No, seriously, what's the deal with that ice cream? I'm almost unsettled. Hey, Rick Joe, Watto friend. Hello. J-Pro's like, ice cream? I mean, don't say it too many times, that's how you get bloody worms. Then they'll be everywhere. Fearless was adding that it would be an excellent those were not the noises that Fearless was making. Those were my incoherent sounds. Fearless was saying that it'd be an excellent class for a remake of, like, City of Heroes. A photojournalist. I mean, the Spider-Man mechanic alone, the idea of taking photos of your own exploits to then gain money. Wait, was that a big fish? Oh no, it was just the loading screen shadow. Fine, it's not the king of all fishes. Where, bloody where? Right, we're going to talk to the weird jelly babies. I still remember as a kid the first time I encountered the fact that Spider-Man had a job. Like, you know, as a kid, you grow up and you kind of become used to a lot of facts. Like, you know, superheroes are just fine, right? They do the thing all the time. You know, Batman's got like a fucking mansion and stuff. No electricity means... I mean, phone I can do without. I thought he said no video games. My microwave food. Can do without it. Working, I promise. Lies. Not to brag or anything, but look at the wall. All me. Except for me. And Kaze, Watto friend, hello, hello. But no, just think about the fact that Spider-Man had to take photos of his own exploits to sell as an independent photographer to a newspaper so he could afford food and rent. I don't know, that was always something that stuck with me. You're full. Alright. Ah! I just killed a man. It does have a zoom. Look around to this big old machine. I'll open the hatch. See if you find anything strange. Alright, so... Like you said, one of the Flashes worked in a forensic lab, which is actually kind of fascinating. That's a good point. I mean, Andorf, I assume that jelly babies aren't actually covered under OSHA, which is why no one... That's why no one's worried. And yeah, Fearless, the Wilhelm scream... I'm absolutely saving a picture of that duck. Wait. There is nothing wrong with the rubber duck. Yes, it is supposed to be there. Last but by no means least. Woohoo! Let's hear it for Squeaky Duck. But Kaze, how is your Tuesday going? I've been doing good. The electricity should be back on now. We've been basically faffing around on TOEM while talking about a bunch of stuff. Have you seen anything more majestic than this wheel? Of course you haven't. Weird jelly baby creatures.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
Aww,
our
Fearless!
4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Fearless, thank you kindly. With a iconic house Carl hunting maneuver, you managed to tag Stray Danger, Nightbreed, Shaunica, Park Programs, and Bond Biscuit. Fucking lovely. The electricity is back. How will I survive this? So what do we do with our newfound power? Oh, yeah. So now we can head to and fro. Fro and to. Shit, yeah, I do. Yeah, I gotta keep just with the iconic.
Feckless sheep. Embrace the chaos.
Big, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! I've been nattering incoherently, partially talking about Sea of Thieves, partially talking about the fact that Spider-Man actually has a job to pay for his shit. Also, thinking on it now, there's no way in absolute hell that in 2020 Spider-Man would be able to pay his rent. Oh man, that's majestic. Majestic. Flight ready gull. Wow, this area is not as nice. This is pretty grotty. Not a fan. Yeah, so I've been nattering incoherently. How are you? Is there stuff to stare at? Interesting. Sometimes the best thing to do is to sit down and rest. That's just good advice. Greeting, sailor! Want to see me lady in action? The fishing tower. Oh shit! She can yoink anything from the ocean, even garbage. Oh, alright, time to do some cleaning. You know what, Moose? That's a very good problem. It is it's a very good point that frequently Peter Parker suffers from the Peter can't make rent as a plot point for Spider-Man. Maybe that's why he's so fucking relatable. Though lifestyle-wise, I'm definitely closer to the Spider-Man in sweatpants from Into the Multiverse than anything else. Booster gold. Agananiki, I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank, but feel free to go in depth, friend. So cute. Look at his little happy face. And that's gonna be a pirate's hat, I know it. No, it's a diving helmet. Okay, so Agatha keeps saying Booster Gold is a narcissist from the future who's half hero, all sellout. Would it shock you to know that I am actually not a narcissistic individual? That's a sailor. My beauty seems happy doing bad things. You two make a great team. I think maybe that was why I didn't get on with Borderlands 3. Just the streamer villains just felt weird. I mean, a wonderfully unique problem to have. Agananiki says it's okay. I have enough ego for the both of us. I just love talking to people. It's time to begin our new life, friends, under the sea. I hope this is a game that is absolutely that is absolutely shock-free. And yes, we are using our umbrella underwater. No, I will not be taking questions this time. And we can do underwater honks as well. Which I don't know why that amuses me greatly. This is like the nice bits of Subnautica. Yes, Andorf, you're entirely correct. Using your umbrella underwater does protect your camera from the elements. That's just science. There's supposed to be a kingfish around here somewhere. Thank you, guys. I'm never gonna live it down. Never gonna live it down. Sorry. As I told you all, I went to the sober meet on Saturday night, right after Anacrusis, and it took about 30-40 minutes before anybody was requesting to see the Sea of Thieves video. You put one crying chest on one ship one time, and suddenly you're that guy forever. You know who doesn't judge me? These particular fish. Yeah, Aganadaki, you're right. I'm just helping out the undersea ecology, giving them coral and mermaid friends more places to live. Yeah, I'm doing a service. I'm saving the day. And you're right, at least I'm not the Denny's guy. Imagine making a bunch of incredible, well-written video games and having your career summed up as the Denny's guy. Awaken, sleepy pirate! Shit, yeah. Alright. And, if I want to, I can now take a bus to the next area. Vanderbeest, I mean, you could say the Nuggets won't judge me, but that would be a lie. You would be saying an untruth. The words you would speak would be false. Perun judges the shit out of me. Fiona's currently working on a bunch of stuff around the house, which is why the door is closed. But when the door is not closed, Perun will stare at me while I'm streaming from over there. He does not give a fuck. Oh, it's the other direction. Sorry, I'm getting all spun round. Yeah, Deus. They had an absolute time with that video. I kind of want to... It's one of those things that, on the one hand, dude, you made an incredible video out of our Sea of Thieves adventures, and it's very, very funny. And... push the kid into the water. I would love it if more people saw that video, because it's great work. But on the other hand, I still have so many times. It's crying so much.
Även mig. Cool, du måste veta. Du kan gå på mig. Först hör du alkohol. Ja, grattis. Även. Jag måste ha. Även.
Mech the dog. Alright, we're gonna find Mech the dog. Also, kitty. Sorry, that's me getting distracted. As I'm known to do. It's just such an amazingly fancy swan. So this begs the question, where's the dog? Oh no, that dog's called Cero. Okay. I keep losing my train of thought. It drops out of my head like whoop-a-cha! Hang on. I thought I heard a follow-up bark. Oh, it's just him yelling, sorry. Oh no, it's just... I want people to see the Sea of Thieves video, because it's brilliant. But I also want no one to ever see that video, because it haunts me enough even within our local circles. You know, what if that was my Denny's guy moment, you know? What if that's my curse? There's the dog. Oh, who's a good boy? Can absolutely pet the dog. Hopefully this is the right dog, otherwise it's gonna get weird. Although I had a look at the Twitch backend stuff today, and I was like, hang on a second, well, this clip seems to be doing very well. Over just shy of 300 people looked at the clip of me getting destroyed by the invisible bastard in the Anacrusis. Okay, so he's just a person. You're not going to give us a useful item that we might use to save the day? No? I guess we're going to head to the next area and then we'll probably get stuff that we can bring back here to solve some of the other puzzles. I have! We're just doing repeat dialogue and letting us know that we needed to unlock stuff. We can wait for the bus. Why would wait? Of course, it's a water bus. I should have known. The street bus is covered in graffiti. Feckin' hell. Now we get to be a nerd in the big city. God, we look like peak tourists. Alright, I'm super tired. I overslept, now I'm late for work. And the train is delayed, which is great. I can't believe I'm stressing about a job I don't even like. I run around for a living. It's a standard job here. So he's a person that does cleaning. Alright. Pigeons! God, this is reminding me of what was that strange game we played a while back? Was it Grime? I want to hang out in the city. Go have a little wander around. This all seems very stressful for what's supposed to be a calming day. We'll go this way. Some shaky back alleys. The always landing granny, of course. Information. Remember to take a break once in a while. Okay, firstly, you see this little formal quack? That little guy doesn't take breaks. Gets it done. You know what? I'm going back to the first area. Well, this is absolutely the way we'd need to go to progress the story. I don't want to. Hey! Sea Films, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. We're just having oh, hang on. Mr. Pigeon. Business pigeon? That's better than a regular pigeon. Ah! We're gonna head... Oh, look at his little face! I'll take it back. I'm just gonna go around taking photos of people's pets. That's my new goal. Okay, so we've been playing TOEM today. We've been talking about a lot of stuff. God, we had a whole banter about, like, the turtles! Alright, Splinter was very, very specific about this. It's okay, little buddy, you can come out of your shell. Darn it! Turtle! Nailed it. Sorry, this is me starting half a conversation repeatedly. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. This game has been a lovely way to kind of start the week. It's calm, it's... Okay. This area is very, very, very hectic. But the rest of this game is very calm. So yeah, we've talked today about games as service games and a larger portion of their potential blow. My personal philosophies on what's kind of... Like I said, something you can kind of describe as like the board game design philosophy and a lot of stuff. Okay, here we go. Much more peaceful. But there is a teddy bear rave here. Oh, so that's one of those... Okay, so the sparkly stuff is super special. Alright. Do you have a cool monster photo? Oh, okay. More monsters for you. And Nightbury, hello, hello. You know what? I'm going to sit on this bench. I'm going to take a breath and talk to your lovely selves, lest this lovely game distract me any further. Because the thing is, friends, Biggs managed to take the Eldon. I didn't even see that. I'm too busy just hanging out in this gorgeous world. Which... we talk a lot about game loops. Well, I should say, the industry as a whole talks a lot about game loops. If you're not aware of what a game loop is, it's a shorthand for what you do in an environment. And there are different loops. It's less of a hard and fast, more of a way of understanding things. So, game loops can be moment to moment, you know, minute to minute, hour to hour. I'm trying to think of some good examples. Like, the moment to moment of something like Tetris is the blocks are falling, you arrange them and lock them down until they form a line, that gets wiped out, continue. With shooter games, you know, the moment to moment is put bullets in face of bad guy, but the minute to minute can be, you know, progress forward, collect munitions, better weapons, so that you can kill more bad guys. And the hour to hour might be progress trees or story or what have you. And this is a really good way to think about how people experience games. What are you doing the most in this world? Is it what you want people to be doing the most, etc.? But what we very rarely talk about are games that are lovely to just be in. Right now, there is no moment to moment. We're just sitting on a fucking bench in a lovely little part of the world and just listening to this tiny little pond. We're not actively engaging in any game loops, and yet this is lovely. And so I know it gets discussed, but I don't think it gets discussed to the degree that I think is worth. That creating a environment in a game where you wish to just spend time is incredibly powerful. I think the first time I encountered this experience was Phantasy Star Online Episode 2, the beach level. And I played that whole section time and time again by myself, with friends, because I wanted to just be in that place. It wasn't that I specifically wanted to get loot from there or kill those specific kind of enemies. It was just a gorgeous place to be. You know what I mean? Seafield's asking, favourite video game movie? Do you mean based on a licensed property? Or one that is in itself a game? So like how Wreck-It Ralph could be considered a video game movie. Hey!
Hi, 15 months. Mossy wiggle, mossy party, 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 mossy wiggle, mossy.
Jackie, thank you for 15 months. And at a tier 2 as well, which is a fair wedge of cash. Thank you. Salem says Monster Hunter Hot Tub Time. I mean, we had so much fun just hanging out, playing with cats, you know, just soaking in the tub, floating around. God, but I think back to Iceborne, the amount of time that we spent just in the tub, just chilling and illing, was like almost feckin' 1-for-1 with the amount of time we spent out in the world hunting. Now, C Films is asking, what is your favourite movie based on a real video game? Ooh. Now, favourite and best aren't always the same. Oh, it's a fucking hard one. I mean, what we need to do is create essentially like a best of contenders. Ones that I have personally loved and think are not terrible. So you've got Mortal Kombat. Now, is the original Mortal Kombat movie a cheese fest? Absolutely. But is it evocative of the game? Absolutely, while adding to it. Here's one that surprises even me. The new Sonic movie, Sonic 2. It's a good film. it's a good film. And possibly one of the best cinematic uses of Pantera I've experienced in a while. Yeah, I mean, Fred, you and I have talked about this a whole bunch, that Mortal Kombat the movie was so good as to then influence its source material. I'm honking at this flower with everything. No, turns out honking at flowers doesn't actually change anything. Yeah, Kano wasn't Australian until... Is it Kano? Sure. I see films were saying Lara Croft's Tomb Raider. Not a terrible movie by any means, but kind of like the Resident Evil franchise, that it suffered from being a combined redaction of the titles rather than a complement. The Resident Evil movie and the Resident Evil and the Lara Croft and the Tomb Raider movie, they looked at the whole franchise, picked a few plot points and condensed them, which wasn't bad. I thoroughly loved the early Resident Evil films. I actually realised the other day I've not finished watching the entire Resident Evil franchise of movies. I've not seen the last one, and it's very hard to just sit and binge watch them all on one service, which is criminal. C films, you're just throwing in some hand grenades now. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, or as we called it, Whitewash Says What? Max Payne. For the viewer, yes, what was your favourite part of Max Payne, the game? Was it when the angels showed up with magical powers? Although my friend was hoping that all of the weird elements in Max Payne were going to come from the fact that Max has basically just been hoofing, medical grade painkillers to combat all of the gunshot wounds. It just starts flipping out. Assassin's Creed movie only for being noted for bringing back practical high-fall stunts. I've tried the Assassin's Creed movie so many times, and not even Magneto himself could pull that one out the fire. I mean, the Hitman movie is particularly egregious, but we weren't asked about bad movies. We were asked about good ones. Lagmeister said Rampage. Rampage was definitely one of those movies that had no right being as good as it was. But I think that's just testament to Mr. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and his ability to just bring the thunder. Sorry, Fred says, someday I want to revive the old franchise of Street Fighter, the movie, the game, the movie. God, I would fucking love to do that. Okay, you know what, Fred? That's one of those stupid money projects that I would love to do. And I don't know how I would do it. It might be kind of similar to Be Kind, Rewind. In that, the film is about well-meaning stupids trying to remake movies. Fred says Kylie Minogue would probably pay for that movie not to be made. No, it's okay. So the movie is a bunch of people find the video game adaptation of Street Fighter the movie and try and piece together the story of the film. having no knowledge of Street Fighter as a franchise, of what happened. It's basically like this bizarre reverse engineering, this like wholesome project. And the idea of someone seeing, and again, this wouldn't be like a documentary. This is, absolutely a bundle of silliness. But like the idea of doing Raul Julia's famous speech, his famous M. Bison speech, that, I mean, absolutely banging it out of the park when he doesn't have to. The idea of someone trying to deliver something like that out of a pure love for it rather than of mockery of Street Fighter, I think would be lovely. Sorry, I like C-Films asking, what is your favourite video game? Not based off a real video game. Oh, wait, do you mean like fake video games in media? Would probably be... Okay, weirdly? Gun Gale Online. Like, Animu Tarkov in bizarre sci-fi, high fantasy, and post-apocalyptic situations. Sign me up. The idea that a tiny lass with an MP5 could be like a PvP champion just by being super quick and loving the idea of having pink camo and finding a desert where that works, I think is fucking cool. That and aside from the fact that it ends the world, the game from Homestuck. Yeah, didn't expect a Homestuck reference today, did ya? Spurb. Spurb. Yeah, Nightbreed. Spurb. Alright. I'm gonna train these children to kill. Actually, Lagmeister Summer Wars is fucking grand. Whatever photo it was they asked me to collect, I was not paying attention. Yeah, Mother's Basement did a fascinating video on the logic behind fake video games. It's absolutely worth... Got a little swing on this wing. It's absolutely worth your time. Admittedly, his video is very much a big snark at Sword Art Online, which is a bad video game. But... oh! Hang on a second. How are we going to get a photo of this lad? He's so nervous. Whee! What if we pretend to be a flower? There we go. Nervy little monster. Kid, figures your deal. Well, I tell you what, C-Films, I'll answer your question with another question. What is your favourite video game from a video game? By which I mean a fake video game that exists inside a game. Because I've been recently relooking at a fascinating title called Bedlam, which I have streamed in the past, but it's no, we're not going back to the Rave. I have streamed it in the past, so I don't know when we need to recover it, but it's a jaunt through a bunch of gaming genres based on a book by a Scottish author. What are you kids up to? Oh, yeah, sorry. But Bedlam is a fascinating title as you play a character leaping through different video games and video game genres. I'm sure I was supposed to do something useful. I stopped paying attention to these children very early on. But I did get a photo of another spooky ghost. That's one of the monsters. I'll take that. Dude. What are you up to, Baron? And Baron Sheep, what ho, friend? Hello, hello. How goes it this fine afternoon? We're chatting about the old video games based on... movies based on video games based on video games, movies based on other movies. We're getting meta over here. Honestly, I'm genuinely thinking about doing... Fred, you shouldn't have put that in my brain. The idea of doing Street Fighter, the movie, the game, the movie... Oh, you could do such fun stuff with it. Like, I love the idea of someone trying to decipher who Guile is from just playing the video game of the movie and then trying to make a movie around that. Like, there's so many angles you can approach it from. Agatha says, Final Fantasy VII's Golden Source has some decent metagames for the time. Okay, I'm going to check out whatever these challenges are, because I keep not paying attention. Okay. I mean, you're right, Lagmeister. Then there's... Galaxy Quest. But holy heck, talk about like a film ahead of its time. Sorry, I want to find out what the photography challenges are. I'm actually going to pay a little bit of attention rather than just running past them. Alright, so... let's see some photos. What kind of photos? How do I find out? So here's the community card. Alright, photo challenge. Become a farmer. Shy hippo, ice cream and sand. Oh, okay. Now let's see. We go... So that's Shy Hippo. Ice cream and sand. Okay, I'll do that. Sorry. Here's me fleeting around. So C films, so far as we know, the whole game's in black and white. And it does mean that they can do a lot more with the art style, which is fascinating. Although, if you want a game that does this kind of style with a lot more colour and flair, then you absolutely need to check out Umurangi Generation. That title is incredible. It's like, what if Evangelion, but you're a photographer in New Zealand? Tripod, take photos from a distance. Haven't you already been using that? I think I might have broken the game. Lagmeister's like, wait, where's my Galaxy Quest game? Is it Space Quest? Yo. I love the idea that you could start working with Galaxy Quest as an IP and do all the things that you wouldn't be able to do because of the nebulous nature of Star Trek being interwoven with multiple different companies. Like, friends, if I could get it working, Star Trek, oh god, what was it called? Star Trek, no, Bridge Cruise, the VR one, and it was a first-person shooter based around Star Trek that was incredible. And the Voyager expansion pack included the whole of the Voyager. You could just have a trundle around. I mean, I know it's not everybody's favourite starship, but Elite Force, thank you, Fearless. And Fred, thank you. But just being able to explore those environments in a first-person perspective sets so much of the world in front of you in a way that makes a lot more sense. Like, sometimes, especially with sci-fi, it's hard to get a sense of, like, scale and perspective. I mean, shows like, you know, Battlestar Galactica, and I guess to an extent, like, the newer, Hark. I mean, I don't know why I'm calling it the newer, because it is now ancient, but, Battlestar Galactica, thank you. The philosophy of these ships was very solid, very lived in. The Expanse has done a very good job of continuing that as well. What am I missing out here? Oh yeah, so basically me putting the camera down, I wasn't supposed to be able to do that. I kind of broke the game a little bit. But yeah, we have a lot more sci-fi shows that have a grounded, lived-in feel. Like, I feel like I understand ships like the Rocinante and things like that. You know, I get where people eat, sleep, how big the sense of scale is. But then you go and you have a look at, especially like TNG, Voyager. It's hard to understand the size and scale of those ships. Like, I never really got a sense. I can tell you that Voyager's probably smaller than, you know, the Enterprise. Or at least the... What was the last one? Was it the Enterprise D? But the D in the Enterprise D does in fact stand for D's nuts. Not a lot of people know that, but that is a core Star Trek fact. You can take that with you. Sorry. Enterprise E was the last one. But yeah, I have no sense of how big the E is comparable to, like, Voyager. And so... I mean, Elite Force did such a good job of giving us that sense of scale. often I do feel that a lot of the older... I shouldn't say older, because there have been Star Trek games for donkey's years. But especially during, like, the big box PC era, it felt like people were making Star Trek games that they thought we wanted, didn't actually want. And I guess that's always a challenge with properties when you have so many cooks deciding the fate of an IP and its lore and the sheer amount of like contracts required. It's hard to have a game about Star Trek: The Next Generation without having Patrick Stewart. You know, without having that commanding presence of Picard, it's hard to be in that space properly, you know what I mean? And it's no doubt one of those situations where, like, whoever it is that owns Star Trek now probably owns Picard as a character, and then you have to go through them to then negotiate with Patrick Stewart, and like, holy crud. I don't know if you can hear the jingle jangle outside the door. Yes, Captain Picard and Riker's Beard are two shows. 2 stars of TNG. That series where Riker's Beard went on strike for a pay rise was just awkward and weird. And let's just not forget, Riker had a hollow wife. Riker was not okay. No, Lizzie, it isn't the jingle jangle of guinea pigs demanding. It is high-speed Amos nonsense. Bless him. God. It's all coming together. Anyway, it's one of those things that I think is thoroughly interesting. I guess because I've been watching a lot of The Orville as well recently. God, this game's gorgeous. And this is not too dissimilar from what you'll see me take to the beach. Oh, I don't know. I feel like every time I have a conversation with Fred, we end up talking about Babylon 5 and how good DS9 was. So if anyone wants to start making a new round of bingo cards, you can tick that one off. It's a free. That's pretty much a free square. That's a gimme. Oh yeah, I mean, Fred, like, no argument. No argument there. It's just, again, Babylon 5 definitely suffered from being too ahead of its time. And I know that's such a cop-out thing to say about a show. But, you know, the fact that the grand finale of that, for me at least, was buried until like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning on telly was so hard. No, see, Thor, you want to go 2 streams down that way on the left. We're agreeing with each other here. Aberios, the only way the Nokia N-Gage is ahead of its time is if you consider its final destination to be in the skip. Agreeing on things? Disgusting! Sorry, Thor, that's what's going on. No, I was just talking about how Star Trek Elite Force gave us a really great sense of scale in that world by letting us explore those environments with, like, from a first-person perspective. I still don't know why it was or if it was intentional, but the one that stayed with me was Star Wars Jedi Knight, or Dark Forces 2, because every area you went to felt massive. I remember as a kid looking at the OG trilogy of Star Wars movies and thinking how massive everything was. That sheer sense of size and scale. And I really felt that Jedi Knight did that. If there's one thing the newer Star Wars with what's-his-face, the incredibly forgettable ginger bloke, that one absolutely did not nail the sense of size and scale. That one felt small and safe. But honestly, I think that the newest Star Wars game really did carry itself on a really good combat system. And a cutie patootie droid who's your best friend. Which, let's be honest, that's a recipe for success. I just keep thinking of that sense of scale, you know. When someone says an Imperial base, they feckin' mean it. I guess it's that thing of spaceship design is counter to AAA design, which makes it very difficult. Do you know what I mean? So, okay, let's take the Normandy, the iconic ship from Mass Effect. Now, when you think about how many crew quarters there must have been on that ship, plus spaces for, I don't know, the vehicle, munitions, equipment, staff, like, the Normandy's not a small ship. But you can only really explore your room and the bridge. And I guess, like, Garrus's little calibration station. You can only ever explore parts of the Normandy that have value. Things that do things, right? Here's where you're going to have a conversation with a person. Here's where a minigame will be. Here's where you're going to do a whole sex, right? Those are the environments you get to explore on the Normandy. But a spaceship itself has shitloads of places that are there for storage. Well, that's where you put the truck when you're not driving it. It's a functioning space that you live in. But that's counter to AAA design philosophy, because in AAA design philosophy, you have to justify everything that you're building, so there has to be something for the user to do. You can't just have long corridors in rooms where nothing goes on. That's a lot of work for very expensive people that doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? I don't know, it's something that I ponder a lot. Lagmeister says it reminds me of the spaceship designer in Kingdom Hearts, but maybe the interiors. Are we talking about the gummy ships? God. My friend made a flying middle finger that shot stuff down, and at that point I realised that there was nothing I could make in Kingdom Hearts that would top that. Fred, I am not reading that joke out and you can't make me. I mean, Fearless, again, it's something worth looking at. Where are the bathrooms? Now, I understand in video games that it's not actually that fun to have infinite, well, I should say infinite, to have full-on massive rooms of nonsense in your video game. It's... Oh, I wonder if I can use the big woofer. Quite often in video games, creating realistic environments leads to a lot of space where players don't really have anything to be doing. Which isn't always fun. Like, it's not fun in games to just be constantly lost and wandering. And... I tell you, friends, if you haven't had the chance, the latest version of... The latest version of 7 Days to Die is a really, really good example of how to do that. Seven Days to Die has done this wonderful thing where they've created situations. Oh look, it's the sun. The sun is a deadly laser. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. Bring it back. 7 Days to Die does this incredible job where it creates a semi-realistic environment, and then retweaks everything to create an experience to go through. So, if you see a huge tower block in 7 Days to Die Now, it will not just be room after room of empty nonsense, as you would see in like DayZ or the Miscreated or things like that. There'll be one clear path you can go through. Now, if you want to, you can blow the side out of the door. You can blow the side out of the wall and then go in through an unintended area. But if you don't have the resources or the time, there's one specific way you go in, and then it filters you through this whole kind of like self-contained adventure. You know, there's loot spots throughout, and quite often it leads you to like one good stash, but you have to fight through, you know, zombies and creatures and monsters and all sorts. It's fucking fascinating that these big environments become stories unto themselves. But that's not something you can do with spaceships, because not every spaceship can be a bad time. It's one of those difficult things when doing world building in sci-fi, you know? I mean, shit, for RPGs for as long as we've had them, have just decided just to not show you the interior. They just do a thing where it's like, oh, you're hanging out in this environment? Oh, well, you just can't go in that door. It doesn't matter that you have the magical fire sword of go fuck yourself. Nope, door's closed. Can't get in. Doesn't exist. No door for you. Crab's just living his little best life. Oh, take a photo of yourself as a farmer. Get it now. The challenge. Because it's incredibly obvious and I didn't get it. Because apparently I'm stupid. Where's challenge person? Where are you? Such a majestic seagull. Help, it's a ghost! Yeah, a picture of a scorching flame! That's the stuff! No, here we go. So where's that photo I took of myself being a complete dingus? Look at you in a straw hat! Ah, that's a good job. Complete that challenge. I feel like it's a topic we'll have to come back to on another day. Because there's so much to... Excuse me, are you dead? That was actually kind of fun. Oh shit, the guy we exploded! Had a good time! Now somehow we're going to take a picture of the king of the fishies. That's going to be our challenge. A spicy challenge. Fish king, where's the fish king? No, I think this is one we're going to have to come back to because, like, ships, spaceships, the ilk, making them feel grounded and lived in without being, you know, miserable. It's pretty challenging. You know what, I'm going to go back to that other area and just tackle some of these challenge photos because they're kind of fun. Because there's way more to unpack than I could jump into in this evening. But because Bree was bringing up EVE Online spaceships, and there was a time when CCP were looking to create a much more grounded, lived-in world. For those of you who don't know, at one point there was this grand goal with EVE Online, where there was going to be ship battles, there was going to be person-to-person interaction, conversation, and challenges. challenges. Alright, challenge 1. A tiny army of soldiers. Oh, there's a soldier ants. Tiny ants. Doing tiny ant things. Sorry, coming back. So the idea was going to be that you would have ship-to-ship combat, you would have person-to-person interactions on space stations, and then at the time, new product, Dust 514, was going to be soldier-to-soldier ground combat, and these three would all feed into each other. They only really got as far as creating like a little cabin, a captain's quarters for you to hang out in, that never went anywhere. It was less useful and less fun than just sitting around in your own. It was less useful than just using the UI in its traditional sense, and it didn't add anything. Sadly, like, it never came to fruition. But I don't know, I think about that premise a lot. Eve's problem is still scale, in my humble opinion. I mean, if we take away mechanically, thematically, I think the problem is still scale, and that it's hard to give people a sense of progression beyond the mechanical. It's very difficult to be a part of that world. You want a mossy rock, a pine tree, and an axe. Alright. Mossy rock, pine tree, axe. Bree says, now that I think about it, CCP is still holding on to the concept that started with Dust 514. I believe they're still working on it today. I mean, I've not spoken to anybody over at CCP since... Last time was when me and Caffeine were at TwitchCon together. God, it's been 1,000 years. So, I don't know. You know, the industry rumblings is that the sequel to Dust has been in a slow state of development for quite some time. But, kid, get out of my axe shot. So, axe, fir tree, mossy rock. See, now I can see the monster just freaking out there. I'm like, no, it's fine, buddy, you're good. No, we're not ready for the bear rave. Still recovering from the last one. Yeah, sorry, Bree. I guess I can't even do the friendly aid. There's nothing to say. Because there's nothing that I know about. If I was CCP, though, I wouldn't want to plug in... I wouldn't want to plug in something like Dust into their existing project. The one thing that their experiments have taught them is how fragile their ecosystem can be. And that the people who keep the company afloat are the people who play the most. And to them, the minutia is what... The minutia can affect the balance of the game so much. And so adding ground battles... Like, initially, the idea was that all the guns in Dust were going to be produced by people in space. Hell, I mean, last time I checked in, I think I still had a bunch of freaking weapons in my hangar, but I think those are all gone now. Anyway, sorry, bring it back. One of the things that struck me, because I got into Eve hard for a while, and I remember reading the one of the novels, which there were two that were really good. It was Templar 1 and, God, there was one other Eve book that was so good. And what it talked about was the size and scale of these ships to the average person. The idea that if you're not a capsuleer, those ships are manned by people. You know, a battleship has a crew of countless individuals operating it. It also does a great job of highlighting how terrifying the capsuleers are to regular people. You know, these immortal, unstoppable killing machines. These titans of industry. You know, for you, a well-tuned crew might be able to man a frigate, but a single capsuleer can do all of those jobs at once, and they don't die. I mean, you could get into a discussion about that one, but I'm going to wizard veto that one well ahead of advance. I do not have enough in the tank to discuss, you know, the nature of existence right now. I need to get quite a few bevies in me before that, and I did far too much of that last night, let me tell you. Alright, so that should be a fir tree and an axe. Moss-covered rock. Is it just as obvious as that? Where's the other jerk? Thank you, monkey. He's up this way. That sure is an axe. What a beautiful pine tree. And a mossy rock. Are you a mossy rock? Yeah, you can be in your own photo. Nature's showstopper. I do like how the challenges in this game are spread out across the levels. It's not just all in one spot. Oh. Tell you what, friends. We've had a good solid 4 hours on this. 5 hours of natter. I think I'm going to bring our little adventures to a close. I'll see if there's anybody online that we can go chat and hang out with after. You know, the old, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I've got to start putting my... I'm going to start putting my Gundam together for this weekend's challenge. So we'll see what lovely Mother Hubbards are currently cooking it on Twitch.television. But no, this has been a really, really lovely day. And hopefully I've done a good job conversationally. While I wasn't royally hungover, I did drink myself into oblivion last night. So, frankly, I'm amazed that I can make people noises at all today. You know what I'm saying? In fact, no one is more surprised than I am. Oh. And also, friends, like, just thank you for the company and the conversation, and all of you that have thrown in bits or gifted subs or what have you. Like, yeah, I hope I don't sound too contrite. I think I'm really struggling to convey how big a deal all of this is for me right now. It's getting better. Like, I feel like I'm slowly starting to pull out of, like, the last couple of weeks of a tailspin. But, friends, it's been shit over here. And these right here, the time I get to spend hanging out with you lot and chatting is an absolute fucking highlight of my day. But seriously, thank you. Like, for all of it. All of it. Right! Unfortunately, I will need to log out of this, because otherwise, you won't be able to see... I won't be able to see the credits. Oh, shit! Getting spooky ghosts kicking my ass out of nowhere. Well, Spooky ghosts. I am sorry that I called you bad words before we started because you were building weird pyramids. Whoever you are, whatever spectral form you take, the Uldum is yours now. How you'll be able to convey what you want to happen will be complicated, but we'll work something out. We'll work something out. Oh. Fucking hell. Damn it, Ghost! I had my shit together and now I'm just like... Woo. But no, seriously. Joking aside, friends, whoever that was that just threw in... Like, that's $10, which will be spent on food and animal care. So much animal care. And I'm very grateful for it, alright? So thank you. Okay! With that in mind, I need to say a lot of thank yous. Where's the button? And of course, Everhood has the perfect tune just waiting for us. So yeah, friends, I hope you had a lovely day. I bloody did. Like I said, donations and bits are what keep us afloat. So I'd like to say a huge, huge thank you to the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, to Down on the Dwarf and Wolfgrad, to Favour 6 and Big Saxon, to Vanderbeest and Crux and Kimball and Fearless Sun, to Bacon Avenger and J-Post, thank you so much. I know we saw Moose today, but Caffeine, Lizzie, Moose, thank you all for your help today, you lovely mother hubbers. And to those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl! I don't know where that came from. I'm trying to do a bit, it didn't work. But I'd still like to say thank you to Bacon Avenger, Kimball, Loud Noises, Monikari Cherie, Sigma, Neo Shadojak, Strider, Flip, Falazure, Hookshot, Stray Danger, Shaunica, Nightbreed, Bon Biscuit even, Park Programs, and Jackie Foxbutt. And thank you again to Imperios. Not just for looking after this tiny corner and joining us for Anna Crucis, but bringing a raid in as well. Yeah, the Canadian mod duo was here. Well documented. And Thor just ferret lurking. Right. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So I offer to you a choice. I offer you Pirate Adventures, Pirate Gundam, or Dungeons and Photos. Right. Sea of Thieves, Gundam Pirates, Pictures of Things. Well, Nightbreed, get some sleep, travel safe, do have a lovely rest of your day, alright? Here's me just checking to make sure these people are actually still alive. So we don't end up with the old double problem. Struggling through these fucking ads just so I can make sure we're actually going somewhere. All right, in honor of G3, as Lizzie requested, we're going to go hang out with a pirate Gundam. It's Hero and the Bird once more, and they're working on the, I think the Crossbone Mark 1? We can go ask them. Right! Friends, thank you for a lovely day, and thank you for all that you've thrown in. If you need me, I'm going to be building a Gundam, and then painting a Gundam. It's going to be a night. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Blep us on the Discord if you've got any questions about the Gundam contest this weekend, or if you have interesting pictures of your pets. I mean, what is Discord for if not for pet share? I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Hades, and we can't be far off of, like, clearing Hades. So, who knows what we've got to come. I'm looking forward to it. Right! Without further ado, let's ride. Have a lovely rest of your night.